Welcome, everybody. It is finally time. Animosity Smite League coming at you one more time for the Alfheim division. This is going to be grand finals. Win lane, lose game as the number 1 seed, challenging Apex Empire as the number 2 seed. And this is where it all comes together in the grand finals. Thank you all so much for joining us. I cannot wait to get this started. I will be your host for the night, Jiren Lam, joined on this desk by Zombie Tantalus himself. How are you feeling, man?
Jiring, I am feeling great. We had one final set last night that was a banger of a set, and I am expecting much of the same for this. Uh, Recognize a couple of these guys. In fact, I've played on a team with a couple of these guys. FN7. This should be a solid set.
It certainly is quite the storied season so far. The number 1 and number 2 seeds making it all the way to grand finals. Always an exciting story. I'm always a sucker for an underdog story, personally, but seeing the number 1 and 2 seed battling it out for all of the glory in its final stages is certainly an exciting way to finish off the season. And this certainly has been an exciting season in Animosity Smite League. All of the sparks flying, but it is finally time for the picks and bans. And like you said, there's quite a few names on both of these rosters here. I've seen FN7 in the community for quite a while. I've seen Mortal Colossus around, and all of these are also very solid players. I honestly am not even sure where to be looking out for. The entire map seems like it's going to be filled to the brim.
It very well could be. Like I said, I expect this to be a pretty solid set. Now, first ban off the rip, they're getting rid of Mercury, and with some of the gods that are prevalent in the meta right now, I almost have to assume that that is a target ban towards Bingus, because I can't remember the last time I've seen an assassin banned in the first slot.
It certainly isn't the most popular when we're looking at a lot of picks such as Odin or Cthulhu being much higher priority, since they got some of those quality of life changes. And Odin, with his stun coming out much quicker now, getting more damage spread across the ability, it feels a lot more impactful to be able to get that ability off. Cthulhu just being an absolute menace in the battlefield like he always was, even when Jin Sais is still doing a ton of damage. And there goes the Cthulhu ban as I say it too. These are very prevalent solo laners, so it makes sense why they'd want to ban it out early. But there's still time, and there's still quite a few picks on the board. Is there anything you expect to see as prioritized for that first pick?
Well, I've seen the last couple of weeks here. I've seen a lot of solos banned, a lot of supports banned. I've seen the Cthulhu, the Kuzenbo, the Odin. We've seen some Thor, some Thanatos, and the interesting thing is, like, a lot of these mids or carries are now making it through because you just don't have enough bans to get rid of all of it. So with the Odin, the Cthulhu, Mercury, Hachi, I'm expecting to see maybe a Toth, maybe Kuzenbo, maybe Charon. Charon's another good option. And at the end of the day, there's still going to be 3 or 4 of these very top tier picks that are left wide open.
And right as you say that, Charon is yet another ban, Daji following as the final ban for the top 3. Now that we have those first picks being looked at, like you said, there's still quite a few of those mid laners that might be higher priority. The Thoth is hitting exceptionally hard lately, especially with that final judgment, pretty much able to one-shot people, but it seems Sun Wukong will end up being the priority Apex Empire is looking at, and a very strong solo liner. What do you think is going to be the return statement as the top 2?
Well, you've got a lot of options right now. You've got Toth and Cuckoo both up. Anher's available. Kuzenbo is available. There are a lot of different things that you could do here. Now, with the Hachi band and on her on the board. Flip side of this, they're pretty much going to be forced into like the Rama, the Ishtar, maybe even the Charybdis. There's just not really much else that's going to keep up with this on her. With the Toth lock in, it's that's a very solid backline coming out of here right now.
It is a very solid backline. And Uller getting locked in, that's an interesting pick. A very high ability damage hunter. It's possible we end up seeing that in the mid lane. Wouldn't be the first time I've ever seen it.
I would think so.
I mean, there's still the possibility. I've also seen AMC or the Marty in the mid lane. Those ability based hunters have existed. They did recently get a little bit of a nerf, but it doesn't seem to have done quite too much to slow down. But Sobek seems to be yet another high aggression and high priority support.
Yeah, Sobek was really highly prioritized towards the end of last year, going into Worlds, all of the final tournaments. Sobek was a really high priority, and not much has changed. If anything, he's as good or better. Still very solid, brings a lot of utility. His ult now goes through walls, as it rightfully should. He's under the damn ground. Like, let's get real here. That should have been there in the first place. That's just high res correcting an error. Uh,
As it should be.
I don't mind this Bacchus pick. I don't mind it at all. I love the
Bacchus?
aggression.
It is a very solid aggressive support pick as well. Not to mention, Bacchus has just always been pretty solid character. Just having that damage, having the support heal, you've got the knockup, you've got the stun, not to mention getting everybody on the other team drunk so that it's so much harder for them to chase down your backline, I feel is such an annoying mechanic to have to deal with when you're diving.
Yeah, they're in the process of. It looks like they're banning out some jungles here. The side with the Toth probably would not hurt to either get rid of the Awelish or the Sazano.
There we go.
Honestly, Awelish could be played relatively well for either team at this point, but now we're looking for jungles, and both teams need. Well, we don't necessarily know if Apex need a mid or a carry. The next pick might tell us that, but right now neither team has a jungle. And with the Thor, the Fan, the Hunbats, the Mercury, the Awelish, Daji, there's a lot of jungles that have been taken off the board here. You've still got Ratatasker available. There's still a Camazotz. There's still a couple of picks that you could get away with going into this, but the board is definitely thinned in the jungle department.
Yeah, all four of those bottom two bans for both teams was just nothing but assassins. Four of them gotten rid of. But overall, though, we still have one more pick from the side of win lane lose game before Apex has a chance to respond. But while we have this moment, looking at just those top three, I see quite a fair amount of aggression on both sides. How do you feel about the two drafts?
As it stands right now at this moment with no other picks, I am inclined to lean towards the draft with the Toth, the On Her, and the Bacchus. Just off rip here, Apex do not have anything to match this Toth in terms of secure, in terms of range, nor do they have anybody that is going to outright box on her. So, well, here we go. All right, we've got a solo. That's going to be a Cucullin going into the Wukong and a Lance presumably in the jungle. Now, this last pick, I don't know. It's either going to be a mage or another hunter, and with the Sobek being the only magical damage out of Apex, I would have to assume that they're going to lean towards a mage here, and that makes Uller the carry.
They do still have a fair amount of CC though. Each of those characters having at least one form of CC in their base kit. Disco having the two, Lance having that two, Sobek with the one and the two, Ulir having the Axe 1, Sun Wukong having the stun off the Tiger. They still have a fair amount of CC on that side. So I wouldn't hate to see a little bit of aggression coming out from Apex in that laning phase, but win lane lose game also has quite a fair amount of not just CC but also damage to follow it up too. With the Susano as their final pick to round out that jungle, I'm almost surprised Apex didn't take the Susano to counter out that Thoth, but I guess this is how it's going to work. How do you feel about both of these drafts so far, though?
Well, I like the Lance in terms of being able to do something about the Toth. It's not quite the same as Susano, but you've still got a cripple on the ult. You've got excellent mobility. You have ways to keep up with him and stick to him. So I don't hate this Lance pick going into the top. Not at all. Big thing that Apex are lacking right now is objective secure. Disco has good secure if the opposing team has no secure. But when you're looking down the barrel of a final judgment, a 9 wins, I'm a monster, Discordia is not going to do it. So off the rip, I'm going to be looking for Apex to make sure that Toth is dead or accounted for before pulling any of these objectives. I've still got to lean towards this win lane lose game draft. There are a lot of very strong characters here.
And to your point of objective secure, I don't feel like Apex has that much objective burn either, just because Uller as a hunter is not the highest objective damaging hunter in the game, compared to Anhur, who has that Prot Shred along with the Thoth to add that extra little wall so you get bonus damage from the basic attacks. That really is a lot of extra damage. I feel like Apex is really just going to be looking to get aggressive on those fights rather than being able to secure the objective. So, like you said, that final judgment, even just that Desert's Fury from win lane lose game, is still really solid secure. Whereas on the side of Apex, really, you don't have that great of objective secure. Sure, you may have Grand Joust or Sobek lurking under the waters, get some damage, true, but it just doesn't feel quite the same. The good news is they will be able to show us exactly what they plan to do because we do have game ready for you. Game number 1 of this finals set of the Alfheim division is finally ready. It's coming at you. Let's get the spread.
All right, off the rip here. Off the rip here, the big thing that's standing out to me on her has went Gilded Arrow. Presumably, he is going to be moving down the crit path. Now, crit has been nerfed over and over and over again, and it's still decent, still viable, which means that we're going to be forcing a Spectral out of either Sunwoo or Sobek or both.
And one thing I was looking at too, the Sun Wukong looking to go straight for that Soul Eater build. Bug has taken a little bit of damage from the Sobek pluck, but still going to be able to survive. It does not seem like we'll see First Blood just yet, as Thoth does have a little bit better wave clear compared to the Discordia, at least in those early stages. But as of right now, we've seen some of the builds start to come out. Where do you think the junglers are going to be looking to prioritize?
Well, none of these characters on either. Oh, well.
Again from Susano, looking for some damage. Not quite able to find secure, though. Those dashes in, looking for more aggression. Susano teleports in. Simon is good. We have First Blood in the mid lane, but Movin is gonna pick up another one just in the solo side. Not able to get First Blood from the solo lane. So win lane, lose game will get that gold bounty. But the Apex solo laner is going to be feeling a little bit better about that.
Anytime you can get a solo kill in the solo lane, it's great. It's a great feeling. Good play. They got a return kill. Now, Lance was the one that died there. Not exactly optimal. Not at this point. But Lance is up for in the duo lane.
Looking to try and catch off the jump of the Honor. Does find a little bit. A nice pluck onto that Bacchus will get him back a little bit further. Looking for some damage, getting him very low. The stun going to try and help, but the Ola jumping in, going to try and find the damage. Razzle Dazzle finds the kill. And that'll be the second kill for Apex Empire in game number 1.
That was close. Rizzle got in there at the last second, confirmed the kill. Great play. Love to see a kill going onto your carry early. Discordia is not looking great here. Okay.
Almost got picked up by the Susano just dashing in. And another thing to note, while that Lance was over in the left lane doing that gank, Susano opted to go in and invade the camps of Apex Empire. Get a little bit of XP that way. Definitely not bad to steal away farm from your opponent. But Lance now caught up in 1v2, taking a little bit of damage, gets pulled back by Susano, dashing in, Thoth looking for more, has it! Once again, Lance will be falling down to the Susano and Thoth.
That is 2 kills onto Susano before the 3-minute mark.
Oof.
Now, presumably he's got enough gold in hand to go ahead and get this Jotun's Wrath. He's about to get his ult. Dude has got some extra gold going on right now over this Lance, who has now dropped twice. That last time, that Disco had maybe 150 health after they finished that red buff. She was trying to back. Just a really good timing on a backside invade. Unfortunate for Lance, though. Now, as we're moving a little bit forward here, Sun Wukong's got this Soul Eater finished. Cucullin doesn't quite have his first finished. I'm assuming that's going to be either a Breastplate or a Contagion. And with the 50% anti-heal he's got on his one, that should give him a pretty solid way to fight Wukong even with this Soul Eater.
It's certainly possible to get a little bit of extra damage off that Contagion, and it looks like it will in fact be the Contagion to try and slow down that healing of the Sun Wukong, which can also be beneficial for that ultimate Somersault Cloud. But some aggression from Apex Empire onto the dual lane once again, but falling very low under the tower, taking a lot of damage. Sobek is trapped by the pillars, stuck, and just taken out. SKG picking up that kill. That was just filthy.
Where are you going? Nowhere. Yikes. That was just that was nasty. I don't have other English words for it. And here we go again.
B's already forced fight for the Uller, trying to run away from the Susano, but getting chased down on her pillar, finds a little bit of damage. Final Judgment not going to find the kill, but will find it for the Thoth anyway. Here comes the ultimate from Susano as well, getting some more damage, finds the killing spree now, as Sobek is just a little bit too late to save the team. And 4 against just this one lone Sobek. Win lane, lose game. I've lost a little bit of health so far, but only one Sobek can't do enough to them. Gonna wait for the Discordia to come around and bail him out. And they will escape with their life. But win lane, lose game. Now up 5-2 on the kills board and taking a nice hefty gold lead.
Yeah, they're up 5-2 at this point, and one of the big things to note here is Toth is up 2 levels already. That is not a good look for the transition to this mid game. Not for Apex anyway. Toth is already going to be doing absurd damage by then, and he's got a solid lead to work it in off of. They're going to need to look to shut this Toth down before this gets out of hand.
And even as you say that, I have to look. Thoth is 1-0-3. Not that many kills, but the farm has just been great. The assists have been incredible to get that extra farm, and the Thoth is already turning into a monster so far. Discordia not that far behind on the farm, keeping up really well, being 0-0-0, but that difference in the kills board with that many assists is going to be really hard to try and slow down unless they make some good adjustments. And at this rate, especially with the Susano jungle being 3-0, you're probably going to want to make those soon.
I would like to note that she was down 2 levels when I started that tirade, and I think she did it to spite me.
It must have been. Troll does pick up the kill onto the Kukulkan, but here comes the Susano to make sure he regrets that decision. Does manage to pick up a kill onto the solo laner, make the Kukulkan now 0-2, but Lance does now spill down to 1-4. Relatively well caught up in the farm, despite being down a little bit. But compared to 4-1 on the Susano, that's still relatively decent to only be a level down.
Yeah, they're playing it pretty solidly right now, but this, these stat lines can only... Oh!
Ooh, Final Judgment just barely missed a beautifully timed jump from the disco to avoid what can only be described as a freight train rapidly approaching your forehead.
Yeah, that was not missed. That was iframed. That was spot on. Great ult. Unfortunate for Pony here that Disco had that up, but this Toth is going to be a problem.
I mean, if those is already hitting those right now after doing a little 360 spin to charge up the ult, this is going to be a very interesting late game.
It very well could be, and Toth has opted for this conduit gem into the Chronos pendant. Now he's building into some flat pin, gonna have even more from the passive, and oh wow.
Sobek taking quite a lot of damage from the Bacchus there, but here come both the junglers over to try and make a rotation, but a nice stun onto the Honor jumps right into the hands of the Lance, but now caught out in the middle. Susano's going to pick up a kill onto the enemy ADC. Was that a proximity ward trying to slow them down as Sobek's lurking in the waters trying to find the Bacchus, not going to be able to find it. Instead, finds the Susano, dashes to catch up to him, double kill now in the lane, trying to find the third onto the Lance, but still very low HP. Lance has enough damage of his own, picks up that kill, as the mid laners trade over in the mid, soloing each other, and just the jungles are left on the left-hand side. Meanwhile, in the solo lane, they're fighting over blue buff, but Lance isn't done with the Susano just yet. Both of them about a 5th HP and mana, and across the board, there have been 3 kills for both teams.
Look, we are 9 minutes in. There are 15 kills on the board as of right now. We can safely say that this is turning into a bit of a bloodbath. Susano is 6-0. 9 minutes into the game. He's huge, and Lance just fought him successfully.
9-6 on the kills board. This isn't even 10 minutes in. There's 15 kills on the board. Both of these teams are coming out swinging, trying to make a statement. And it seems to me they're both making the exact same statement. I want to fight. And fight they are.
Well, realistically, at the start of a best of 5, you have your first game to do that. You can try the whack comps, you can try out whatever you want because you've got a buffer. It's a lot of fun to play in these best of 5s, honestly. And like I was saying, you have that first game, you can try some stuff. You may not know exactly what your opponents like to play. And this tends to be the feeler game. You're feeling your opponents out. You're seeing what they respond to. You're seeing how you need to play the rest of the set. Oh, Kenny.
Getting caught out. The Grand Joust is not in time. Unstoppable now is the Susano. 7-0-1. Didn't even need the blink. Did burn the ultimate just for secure. But at this point, does he really need it? As they look, big grouping over here. Duo. Blinking in over the wall from Purple Buff does get stunned by the axe, taking quite a lot of damage. A tower shot on top of it. Gonna have to try and run away. Sobek dashing in, lurking under the waters to try and find the extra damage. But a nice escape, dodging that golden apple of Discord from Discordia. Now looking for Final Judgment. Does not find the kill, but finds the damage. Bacchus has the kill. And there goes the poor Discordia trying to rotate to help out the team and pays for it.
Sobek fell victim to one of the classic blunders. He tried to chase Susano.
Enough said.
It
Enough
is what
said.
it is.
It's a very slippery catch to try and find a Susano with that much mobility.
So we got Beacon coming up in about 15 seconds. We got Kenny. Oh no, not
Kenny
again.
taking quite a bit of damage. Baka's also taking a fair amount of damage here, but Thoth is trying to make a return statement on that damage board. Enough to convince him to slow down, but the beacon is still a priority. Sobek can start it off, but does not seem Sobek is very interested in finding out with the Susano here. Susano just seems to take the challenge anyway, pulling him right in. But I think Sobek has kind of figured out needs the team there to try and fight that Susano, and we'll go ahead and wait for the team. Unfortunately, that does mean that Sobek will not be able to get that beacon, and win lane, lose game will take it.
Yeah, Sobek's playing a dangerous game right now. My boy FN7 is playing a very dangerous game. He does not have a lot of health left in that pool, and Toth and Susano are both chunking at the moment. So glad to see him back there. So we're 13 minutes in now. There's 17 kills on the board, which actually means that mathematically it's slowed down a bit. Gold lead sitting at about 3K in favor of win lane, lose game. Now, objectives are going to be the next thing to go on the chopping block. Probably going to be looking for this Gold Fury. Somebody might be looking for Toth, but no. Gold Fury should be kind of the next point of contention here. You've already got that up. You've got Pyro about to spawn. I'm looking for win lane, lose game to be the aggressors on this Fury. You've got the on her, you've got the Toth, and oh, Toth.
Thoth dashes in, finds the root under tower, finds the kill underneath the tier 1. And Tyrion is just going to have to go back to sleep where they can dream about what just happened. The Pyromancer is now spawned, and they have plenty of people here to try and make a play for it, but Apex looking to make a rotation, see if they can stop them from getting too aggressive. Beads already forced out on the Thoth by the Sobek alone. Lands just around the corner. Looks like I'm going to take a little bit of damage from the Bacchus with the help of that Mystical Mail. But now 3-on-2, Apex is just trying to keep win lane lose game away from that Pyromancer, and definitely can't blame them for that. Don't want them getting too many objectives, but taking quite a fair amount of damage. Granjiao is going to be coming out to try and find a kill onto Bingus. Final Judgment not going to be able to find the kill onto the Sobek, but falling very low. Susano's got to try and escape. Now Lance, just half HP, going to be forced to Beads, trying to find the damage onto Thoth, but going to fall to the Bacchus, almost picking up 2 of them, but not quite able to secure it. Colin now looking to make sure this disco doesn't get any funny ideas.
Yeah, we would hope not. Right now, Susano has a lead, Toth has a lead, Bacchus has a 3-level lead. This is just not the time that Apex really want to be fighting in this mid lane.
Yeah,
Nice.
a little bit of farm could do them a little bit better, but it seems Disco is not deterred at all, and neither is Kukulin. Now going into the transform, plucked back in by the Sobek. Going to be going with the Warcry to immune some of that CC, but really just going to be able to kind of walk back to tower as they trade blows. Almost just feels like regular solo lane.
It kind of does. We've seen so much Guardian play in the last few weeks in this solo lane that honestly it's almost weird to me to see a Kukulin and a Sun Wukong. You know, no Kuzenbo, no Cthulhu, no Cerberus, just a couple of good warriors.
Taking quite a lot of
Bingus.
damage from the Lance. Bingus gonna fall less than half HP now. Gonna have to try and defend that blue buff. Meanwhile, Sobek taking a fair amount of damage in the mid lane. As now there's 2-on-1 over on that blue buff. Lance getting a little bit aggressive. Falling very low for it though. Here comes Susano. Trying to get some of it. Not quite able to find the kill. The Grand Joust will get Kenny back to safety. But Susano does not seem to be done with the chase, as Win Lane Lose Game goes right to that Gold Fury, and nobody from Apex is close enough. Sobek on the way to try and stop it.
Oh, all right. Nobody came over to contest. So we've got Gold Fury in the pocket, 6,300 gold. You've got the tower down in left lane. I don't really see any reason that you make too much waiting around to go pull this pyro. That should be the next on the menu. And with this gold lead approaching the 7K mark, we're now starting to get to the point where Win Lane Lose Game may have items completed that Apex Empire do not. The XP difference is sitting around almost at the 10K mark. Well, back to 85, but in the upper thousands. Toth still maintaining this 2-level lead. Pretty solid across the board. The only place they're down at all is on that Cucullin out of solo. It looks like they're pulling the pyro now. The question is Apex going to come in?
Win Lane Lose Game does have a little bit of extra space to work with, but a little bit of damage on the backline can certainly get Discordia to back away, forcing the Aegis out very early. Here comes the Typhoon. Bingus just does it again. 8-0-2 now. An absolute menace on the jungle, as now Bak is trying to run away from the Sun Wukong, forced into the Somersault Cloud, but a blink in from Kenny has the Bacchus back to base. Now a little bit of poke from Thoth is going to convince Apex to go ahead and back off, as now 3-on-2 over there, as looks like On Her looking to chase down Desert's Fury, forces out the Aegis from the Uller, does manage to secure that purple buff of his own, but jumping in On Her looking for the extra damage pillar to slow him down, not able to find the kill, and Uller will escape with his life for now.
Yeah, this Uller matchup into the On Her, it's really not doing a lot for me. I'm gonna be honest. I don't mind the Uller as a god, but I think it's a lot better off out of the mid lane. You know, when you're playing it in this carry role, you're playing a god that you're building with a Transcendence, with a Bluestone, into auto attack based gods that are pretty typically running Devourer's Gauntlet, and you're just not going to win that trade most of the time, especially if you're down. You just don't have anything to sustain with. Now, the good news is Rizzle can definitely do damage in these team fights, but he's really going to struggle to try and fight this On Her off of anything.
Especially with that level deficit, 17 currently to 19. The On Her having that extra farm is going to feel a lot worse, not to mention the aforementioned auto attack difference. Beans being forced out by Uller from the Bacchus. Susano blinks in, plucks him back in. Here comes the Grand Joust to try and slow Bingus down, but does not matter. Divine is the Susano, an absolute menace to society. Somebody needs to stop them.
Kenny gave it the old college try, and he came close. Unfortunately, he's a couple of levels down, and he just wasn't quite able to finish the kill. Now, one of the huge bright spots for Apex Empires in this so far has been Kenny on this Lancelot. He's doing a lot, even from behind.
Even level 16 compared to 18 on the Susano. Still trying to run away, though, but not going to be able to run away from Mortal Colossus. That Cucullin, despite being a level down compared to the Sun Wukong, does not feel like it at all. Now, blinking into tower, looking for the Sobek. Does get knocked up, but almost finds the kill alone. Looking into the waters, Mystical Mail is more than good enough. Bacchus has one kill. Disco now turns it around onto the Bacchus. Cucullin taking a lot of damage from tower, trying to run away from this Uller and Discordia, but seems like just dodging and weaving won't be enough. Trying to buy a little bit of time, but still gonna end up going down in the end. And Win Lane Lose Game, now 17-9 on the kills board. Around 7,000 in the gold lead.
Yeah, that 7,000 gold lead isn't too far up from where they were at 3 or 4 minutes ago. It hasn't increased that significantly. Oni Fury's back up, and we've also got Fire Giant available. Pyro will be back up in a minute 30-ish, somewhere in that area. You've got On Her here. He's online. You've got this Toth for secure. I like Winlane's chances to just go and be the aggressor on these objectives. They're going to have to try and fight you off of them.
And win lane lose game, like you said on the desk, the objective secure from win lane lose game is so hard to match. Apex just does not have anything close to it. Sure, you might have the Grand Joust, you may have something like Lurking in the Waters, but it's just not nearly enough to match even the Desert's Fury, let alone Pony's Final Judgment, to just do that much damage in an instant. Those objectives really are up to win lane lose game, but Apex seems to prioritize taking that fight so that you don't have to worry about them stealing the objective if no one's there.
Yeah, and that's realistically because of the way that Apex have drafted here. That's how they're going to have to play these objective fights. They're going to have to take a fight. They're going to have to make sure that Toth is dead, because that's the only way that you mathematically have a chance at getting one of them. Because it's like I said on the desk, that Final Judgment is going to out-secure you every time.
It really does feel like the type of argument of the best CC is deaf. They can't fight back if they're in Fountain. Technically true. But as they fight over Beacon, Apex doing a little bit of damage, but taking quite a fair amount of their own now. Falling very low. Kenny is just gone. Final Judgment doesn't pick up a kill onto Dazzle, but looking to try and go for the dive. Discordia falling very low. The Uller already gone. Beads forced by the Disco, trying to run away from the Kukulin and Bacchus, just terrorizing them. Sobek now into the waters as Bingus picks up another Immortal, looking for one more, finds it, double kill, and that is 4 gone for Apex Empire. Win lane, lose game, charging down middle, take the tier 2, now looking at this poor Sun Wukong trying to run away, Bullform to try and escape Desert's Fury, not able to find the secure, but diving under the Phoenix, not quite able to pick it up for Sasano, but Bacchus is not done at all, continuing to just run it down, has the Dia side, win lane, lose game, march straight into the throne room. Quarter HP does not matter. Nobody's up just yet. Titan still relatively tanky with those 3 towers up. Grand Joust picked up 1, looking for a great defend. Has 2, has the 3, has the 4, looking for more. Watch out on her. Kenny is on the horse. He's on the prowl. Gotta watch out for the duelist of the year. Has the pentakill with the defense of the century.
I did not just watch a Lancelot in 2024 get a pentakill right in front of my face on a Titan defense. Yo. All right. I felt like earlier when I said that Kill Kenny was doing a lot and then he died 3 seconds later, I felt a little put out, but now I feel totally justified in that statement. Fantastic defense from Kenny. Absolutely beautiful. Now they get fired too.
A notch above. They cannot steal the objective if they're all dead in Apex Empire, taking full advantage of that. Just their backline with the support, low HP, Kukulin racing to try and do something, but not in time. Apex Empire, off of what Kenny has done, has taken the Fire Giant and put themselves back in this game. As Kenny now diving, taking quite a lot of damage. Final Judgment gets him off the horse, but doesn't get the kill. Kukulin trying to find 1. Kenny goes down to Pony, falling very low though. Dizzle is down. Bing is looking for 1 more, though, dashing in to try and find more damage onto the Sobek. Has him less than quarter HP, trying to run away. Plucks 1 out of his way, just trying to buy time. Knows he's not escaping from the Sasano. Forces the ultimate from Bingus, and that will be 3 gone from Apex. Fire Giant doesn't matter anymore. Somebody needs to stop them. Win lane, lose game is charging in. Forces a somersault cloud early, but a lot of damage from the Disco. You can't stand too close to each other. Sun Wukong just buying so much space for the Discordia to try and get some damage, but the Titan is still falling. A lot of damage coming out. Has 1, but not enough. The Titan goes down, and win lane, lose game. Take game number 1.
How many times in comp or honestly in any game, do you watch somebody get a penta and lose the game a minute and a half later?
That is just absolutely heartbreaking. Kenny went above and beyond with the Herculean effort to try and save that base, and it just didn't do enough. Trying to match what that Susano had been doing all game as an absolute menace. 14-1 on the Susano. Kenny finds a pentakill on the base defense, and it just wasn't enough. An absolutely incredible effort from Apex, but win lane lose game was just not to be stopped.
Yeah, they won lane and the game. For the most part across the map. I think moving into this game too, Apex obviously had some good points there. Penta from Kenny notwithstanding, they had some good points. However, this Uller was not one of them. And I really just feel like it's more because of where the Uller got put. Carry is not really his lane anymore. If you're running one of these Bluestone Hunters, it kind of needs to be in the mid lane. I'd really like to see them go over to like a Rama and Ishtar, any of these kind of better hunters at the moment. But that's what the game 2 is for. That's why you draft again, and that's why you're playing a best of 5. So we'll see it shortly.
That is also very true. But one thing I just wanted to also note, personally, that Discordia as the final pickup of their draft really didn't feel like what they were looking for as that final hurrah in the picks and bans phase. Sure, the Discordia had some fine moments. The CC off of the 2 was also very nice and incredibly dangerous, especially on the base defense. But it just didn't feel like it was that final hurrah that they're looking for. The good news is, this is a best of 5. So at the absolute minimum, Apex still has 2 more games in this set to try and make the adjustments they need, and we'll see exactly how they do that after a short break. Welcome back, everybody, to the action. You are coming right back to game number 2 of the Alfheim Division Finals between Apex Empire and Win Lane Lose Game off an incredible game 1. If you are just now joining us or didn't catch the action previously, Apex Empire's jungle, Kenny had a pentakill to defend their base and save the game to go take Fire Giant, only for Win Lane Lose Game to come right back and win the game. It was a truly incredible start to this set. It is a best of 5, so we still have, at the minimum, 2 more games worth of action like that. So don't go anywhere unless you're grabbing some popcorn, because this is going to be a roller coaster. And what more than to just start it right off? Zombie Thanos, how you feeling about game number 2?
I'm feeling a lot better after watching Apex ban this Susano.
Yeah?
You know what? If something goes 14-1 on you, you just don't let them play that again.
Yeah, that is very true.
And well, yep, there we go again.
Yep.
Apex has said no.
Ortho.
Absolutely not. They've definitely said here you were going to have to pick something else. All right, so Toth, Susano, Mercury, Hachi, Daji. Now, last ban, kind of assuming it's going to be Odin. They definitely wanted the Odin gone in the last game, and for good reason. But they're banning Thor.
Keep in mind, Zitan, both the Odin and Cthulhu are left open, and First Pick can only grab one of those 2 characters. So it looks like it may be Odin versus Cthulhu. There goes Odin to the side of Apex Empire. Cthulhu the side of Win Lane Lose Game. This is going to be quite the matchup in the solo lane. Now, Zitan, now that we've seen both of those, where do you think they're going to prioritize for their other picks?
Well, now, kind of the same as in the last game. You've still got Anhur up. You've still got Kukulkan up. There are a number of characters that are still on the board and still very good and very high in the meta. One thing I would like to see Apex do, I would like to see Apex take this Kukulkan. And the biggest reason for that is like you've got the Odin, you've got the Cage, you've got that gives you the AoE. It looks like they're going for Than and Heim though. These dudes are doing this despite me, I'm telling you. But I do like the pick, and oh god, I thought I was done seeing that combo. Oh no.
You have not learned your
The
lesson.
Vietnam helicopters are going off in my head. Oh no.
Where you
All right.
see one-
Oh
Where
boy.
you see one Cthulhu, there is another. This time, it is not just your eyes. It is Win Lane Lose Game with the Morrigan. We are about to have a match.
Yeah, you know, years past when Cthulhu got locked, the obvious response was to just take Nemesis and kill him. That was your general go-to for dealing with that god, but dealing with 2 of them is another matter entirely. And that's realistically, that is why you have slotted this Morrigan here. Banning out a couple of jungles for Apex, and Winlame are getting rid of the Terra and the Khepri. Now, I still do not hate the idea of Apex getting this Kukulkan here. One of the strongest mages in the game, if not the, Toth really being the only right there with him. And that's one thing you were lacking in this last game, that Disco did not have secure, you didn't really have zoning capability, and I would like to see Apex draft a mage here that can check those boxes. Because Win Lane is going to have the burn, they're gonna have the zoning, and you're gonna need something to match it. Oh God.
This is certainly going to be a lobby, but looking so far, we have Cthulhu, the Morgan, and Anhur for Win Lane Lose Game as their top 3. Apex going with Odin, Heimdall, and the Thanatos. I do love the great counter picks from Apex there against that Cthulhu. How are you feeling about those top 3s, Zetan?
Well, in a perfect world, Cthulhu cannot do a damn thing about Odin's Cage. And in a perfect world, you have a Thanatos on the board who is capable of just killing Cthulhu regardless of what he's doing at that particular moment. So there's an argument to be made that this Apex top 3 have a really good time into the Win Lane composition. Morgan can't get out of that cage. Charon can't get out of that cage. Anhur can, but oh, we got Kuzenbo. Okay, all right, Jeering. I'm really liking the Apex draft now.
So, do you remember? And I'll come back to that statement in just a moment. Do you remember in the middle of game number 1, I said both teams were looking to make a statement. I want to fight. I'm starting to think they were very serious about that. Now, going back, you said you very much like their comp. Now, we've been talking about so far just the top 3, how each picks come into play. Why is it you like that comp so much?
I liked it a lot better before the Ixchel got locked in. I'm gonna be honest with you. I might kind of be retracting my words here. Ixchel is not bad. She has one of the best early games of any god in the game. You get fighting with your jungle in that very early phase. If you land a root combo and something isn't able to Aegis it, it's probably dead. She has a great early. She has good team fight utility, but again, she doesn't have that outright secure. Which the good news for Apex here is that neither do Win Lane. However, with the addition of the Hunbats, the Kuzenbo going over to the side of Apex, that Morrigan has a list of useful transformations. Potentially even a filing cabinet of them. I'm now kind of leaning towards the Win Lane draft. I hate to go back. I hate to go back on it, but that Morrigan can pop off here.
Okay, I see exactly what you're saying. That bottom 2 from Win Lane Lose Game, Zetan, is absolutely criminal when you have that Morrigan. The Summon the Sticks and the Fear No Evil can both just terrorize the entire team. Kuzenbo is very good. Don't get me wrong. I love a good Kuzenbo. I love to play it. Fantastic character. Ixchel feels a little bit odd. Granted, you do have some great CC immunity, but running from a Cthulhu, let alone 2 of them, not quite as safe. The good news is, we don't have to wait to find out any longer. Game 2 is ready, and we can begin the action. It is finally time to see how well these 2 comps will come together in game number 2 of this best of 5 grand finals for the Alfheim division of Animosity Smite League. Honestly, Zetan, I cannot wait. Let's get this bread.
You know, off the bat, I was wondering whether the Odin or the Kuzenbo were which role they were going to be into, because both can play support or solo, and both can play support or solo pretty well. It does look like they're opting for the Odin in the solo lane, running this Bluestone. Uh, I'm not entirely sure how he's going to fare into this Conduit Gym Cthulhu. That Conduit Gym after the change, I remember when they did the change, I remember reading the patch notes, and I was like, that's not gonna be that big of a deal. And I was very egregiously wrong.
I was gonna say, I hate to tell you, Z-Tan, but I think it was that big of a deal. It made quite a few waves. Now, I wanted to ask you, if you have the choice between that Odin or the Kuzenbo in the solo, which one would you rather have? Just for you.
Honestly, either or. I think with Odin, you're giving up a bit in the pressure department for late game utility. Kuzenbo's kind of in the same boat. He doesn't have the greatest clear in the world, but with that Conduit Gym, it's viable. Oh, they are playing a dangerous game here.
They are both looking to get the kill. They're not able to get first blood just yet. Now, already, it feels like at this point in last game we had first blood. Odin's still about half HP, but does have the health pots ticking. Cthulhu only has one health pot left, but with the help of that Hunbut's around the corner, may look to jump in. Already Cthulhu falling very low, gonna have to be very cautious. But seems Odin is wiser to what's going on. Thanatos, on the other side, looking to gank the left lane as they look to try and contest that prot camp on her getting pushed back in by the Kuzenbo, but doesn't seem to be in any danger, and Thanatos, not finding what they want, gonna go ahead and back off, just look for some more farm instead.
Yeah, I think in definite answer to your question before, Jeering, I think I would take the Kuzenbo in the solo and the Odin as the support, because you're still getting the same utility out of the Odin, whether it is in support, solo, or anywhere else on the map. But this Conduit, Glad Shield build running on a Kuzenbo does so much and brings not just the utility of Kuzenbo and the displacement, but the sheer damage to these team fights that Odin's not necessarily going to have at the 25-30 minute mark. So I think in a perfect world, I would probably have reversed them here and ran the Odin as the support.
You know, I think I honestly have to fully agree with you there. I am not as much a fan as the Odin support, more so I just love the Kuzenbo in the solo. Maybe that's just me, but I have to 100% fully agree with you there. Not to mention, Kuzenbo into that Cthulhu does also feel absolutely fantastic. The other thing I wanted to ask you, looking in the mid lane, you talked about Ishel having that great early game. Morgan, not as well known for early game clear, but seems to be doing just a fine job of keeping up. How you feeling about all this, so far, completely even state?
Well, compared to last game where there would have been approximately 5 kills by this point, this is a much more slowed down pace, and I think a lot of the reason for that is like you're kind of running late game comps here on both sides. Morgan's not going to do that much until she's got some cooldown and pin on my. Oh, hang on, Cthulhu's going in.
Cthulhu is being Cthulhu, as Odin falling very low does have the safety tower, but Thanatos is in the area, along with a Morgan from the mid lane, does find a stun going into the transform, gonna force Thanatos up into the sky, but here comes the second hovering death, chasing him down, looking into the tower, finds the first blood, going the way of win lane, lose game, but Odin is wise to those semantics, as Dreams picks up the Hunbats in the mid for a solo kill?
Well, Thanatos just killed Thanatos, and I love to see it. I love to see that.
That was just an absolute mess of what was going on. Double Thanatos ult under the tier 1 tower for Odin to just pick up the kill onto Pony. And then Ishel finding the solo kill onto a Hunbats in the mid lane. It's now 2-1 on the kills board. And in reality, it feels like nothing really has changed so far. Everybody's relatively even. Gold difference is really not enough. Everybody can buy a health pot at this point. But it
Yeah,
just feels even.
not much. Somebody might have a sentry ward on the side of Win Lane over Apex Empire, and they did get the first blood with that Morrigan transformation, and that's good. You obviously don't want to trade your life for it, but the gold going onto the whole team is usually a pretty solid bet if you can get it. Now, Chill may be in
Caught
trouble.
out. Does have access
No.
to that great rainbow to try and get out of there with some CC immunity. But Hunbats, here comes the wave at the Thanatos. Barely misses him, but here comes Cthulhu from the solo side to chase him down, and Kenny is just taken off the board once again. Thanatos now 0-2. Not the greatest start for what may be one of the game's most, if not the most, famous early game pressure character.
Oh my god, they killed Kenny. Look,
That joke went a little south of the park.
all right, you got me there. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, all right. Uh, before all of this started, I was talking about both of these teams kind of playing for this late game. The only real asterisk to that is this Thanatos, who is in fact known for that early pressure, for the ability to snowball. Moving into the actual late game, though, I've got to be inclined towards this Win Lane draft. This Morrigan has the potential to be an absolute game-deciding factor for this team.
It really is an X Factor type of character, but Kuzenbo getting pushed under the tower, FN7, don't do it again. There isn't on her pillar. Be very cautious of that. We saw what happened last time, and I still need to take a shower from it. But fear no evil, forcing the beads off the Heimdall, but getting knocked up by the watery grave, sent through the realms. Hunbats is now taking a trip around the world on her, trying to help block some autos, but Kuzenbo is just chasing him down. Can't escape FN7 this time. Now SKG is almost next on the chopping block, but not quite able to catch him outside a tower, trying to run away. Desert Fury for the CC immunity, trying to run away. Pony picks up Dreams under the tower in the mid lane with the help of the support. Meanwhile, SKG will survive, and it's now 3-3 on the kills board.
Yeah, great kill there from Pony in that mid. Now, great kill from the Heimdall and the Kuzenbo over here in this duo. Duo was one of the areas where they kind of lost pressure here last game, and I like that we went away from the Uller pick. We're on a little bit more of a traditional hunter, running this leather cowl, going into the Aussie. You're going to be able to box with this on her. Maybe not. You don't ever really want to box in on her, but it's now more of an option than it was in the first game, if that makes sense.
While you were talking about that, Z-San, I'm sorry, I just saw that Heimdall went Aussie?
Yes, he did.
Of all the items I was not expecting to see, that had to be one of them. But there it is. Okay.
I've seen it built. I've seen it built, maybe not with super frequency, but I have seen it being built. Devo takes some time to spool up. You're not getting the immediate power and pen and lifesteal out of it. Aussie, on the other hand, you don't get any pen from it, but you do get attack speed. You get a solid amount of power. You get lifesteal and a lifesteal passive. When you're trying to box in the early game, throwing on this Aussie can be a really quick way to make that happen.
How do you feel about that Aussie in the laning phase compared to going into the late game?
Going into the late game, Devo Devos, from a statistic standpoint, is going to kind of win out over the Aussie in the late game because it does provide pin. But overall, I don't think it's a big of enough difference that you just can't build the Aussie. He's going to be going into the Executioner and the Kinsai, which that Kinsai is, of course, where a lot of your damage is coming from on these tanks anyway. So the lacking of that. Oh, hang on, they're going in again.
Thanatos, looking at the Cthulhu this time, does have access to that hovering death, but the damage to get him within that execute threshold, not quite there. Meanwhile, Heimdall on the other side, trying to run away from Fear No Evil. SKG picks up that kill with the help of the jungler. Heimdall's off to a much slower start. Bingus 0-2-2 compared to last game at almost 11 minutes in. This is a drastic difference.
Yeah, I think a little bit of that is due to just the god pick. There's not really a world where Kenny's at it again.
They're doing it once again. This time Cthulhu does not have that ultimate, trying to get some damage off, but Kenny seems to be on taking all the damage. The cage is down and the Octagon fight has begun, but it seems Apex Empire is trapped in there with him. Colossus truly is colossal there. Just walks away from the 2v1, looking almost for a little bit of blood before going for the blue buff invade. Stopping the Odin's back, just biding a little bit of time. With the Morgan here, trying to find the kill, does not find in time. Thanatos is now on the other side as we see the transformation come out from the Morgan, ulting very early with that changeling. But doesn't look like they'll get too much out of it besides maybe a blue buff.
I think this is the point where you maybe consider leaving the Cthulhu alone. They both engaged in there again, committed alts, committed full kit rotations, and Cthulhu was beating the snot out of both of them. That conduit gym, this Cthulhu, now he's got Glad. It's strong. It is really strong, and it's just gonna get worse. Here's Fear No Evil.
Here comes the wave as well as Ishel gets caught out. No more ultimate, and Ponyland picks that up. One kill for win lane, lose game in the mid lane, as well as that Stygian beacon, giving them that Stygian barrage to chip away at those towers. Possibly even the space they may want for the Gold Fury, but it doesn't seem like they have enough wards or the confidence for it just yet.
Yeah, I would like to see them go after an objective here, but Pony is playing the farm game. He's level 14. He's big. He's got 2 items online, and he's got the Doom Orb. He's got the Chronos Pendant, and that's gonna hurt. Oh, here's the hovering death.
Changeling looking for the hovering death under the tower, not quite finding the execute though, and here comes the Odin wrapping around from the solo side, finds the cage onto the Charon, but the Kuzenbo is still relatively low. Here comes the E-Shell to pick up that kill. Finally secured it. Here comes the actual hovering death, finds the Aegis though, and not going to be able to get anything there, but Cthulhu has made the rotation. Here comes the descent into madness. Fear No Evil on top of it. Odin trying to get away with the help of that shield, but Kenny is just caught by this Cthulhu, taking so much damage, barely able to get away. A beautiful body block from the Kuzenbo, and now Ishel helping to buy some time as well, but this Cthulhu is still continuing to chase them down, but win lane lose game cannot find the kills, and Apex Empire manages to get away.
That was there were several facets to that, but the big one, the one that really stands out, that was fantastic support play from FN7. Never in a million years should they have walked away from that, but they did. They need to be sending FN7 some nice Christmas presents after this. Great play. So we've got Gold Fury up, we've got Pyro up. Neither of them had been touched. The only objective so far that has went down is Beacon. Now, well, maybe a left tower, I guess, if you consider that. Gold difference sitting about 3K for win lane, and it doesn't really feel like it. They don't feel that far ahead. They're not pushing for these objectives. Move. Oh no.
Oh, here comes the Thanatos looking to try and save the Jimmy for the Odin. The cage match is down, but Cthulhu has descent into madness, taking a lot of damage, waiting. Here comes the Hunbat's Fear No Evil, looking for the return, finds one! Looking for one more, jumps the stun from the Odin. The shield, though, is good for a lot of health. Barely manages to dodge that overhead smash, looking for the monkey, teleports in, finds it, double kill! And a beautiful return. All that investment on that Cthulhu, they finally get the kill, and it just turns to disaster.
That might have been the worst trade deal in the history of trade deals ever. Oh no.
Unfortunately, it seems they just didn't bring their trump card on that one. But here comes Hovering Death from Pony with the Changeling. Is going to have to beads the push from the Kuzenbo under tower, but still very low. They do have that 3-on-1 against the Kuzenbo. But Kuzenbo already doing quite a lot of damage. Blinks in, looking for the push, not able to find it, but still looking for some more damage. And with the help of that mystical male, they are just continuing to try and chase down on her. May look to jump over this wall, but Thanatos is there as well. So you gotta watch out. Thanatos does have the Hovering Death, looking for the right target. Has plenty of options. Baits out the Aegis by waiting. Finds the execute onto Pony. Now trying to run away. Beads finds another kill. Double. Looking for more. Heim forces the beads off yet another. Trying to escape from the Cthulhu. Body block. Can't get the crystal. Barely manages to get away through the Bifrost. And now it's just Odin here left alone with his thoughts and the enemy team. But more than healthy, this Odin is going to be able to get away.
Odin's getting out. They got 2 kills there, and I feel like it kind of boiled down to a bit of an overextension from Win Lane. They were low enough that they were not willing to fight a Kuzenbo that was very low health at the time, and that just, oh, Fear No Evil again.
And Dreams is just gone before you can even say 3 little words. Just completely gone. Cthulhu does have a little bit of damage onto the Kuzenbo, but feels like it is not going to matter. And I finally... Well, never mind. They're looking at both Beacon and the Gold Fury. Apex Empire will have a question for me in just a second, and you will as well, Z-Tan. But win lane lose game, looking at this Gold Fury, Kuzenbo trying to steal it away, not going to be successful. All 5 of win lane lose game on the objective, looking at the Kuzenbo, forcing him away so they can take the Beacon, maybe even go Pyromancer next. But now, so I can ask my question, Z-Tan, last game I saw one of the supports pick up the Mystical Mail. Now both of them have it. How do you feel about that?
Well, obviously, it's an item that you build more to do damage, but it's got good stats.
They're still chasing the
not again.
2 ultimates. The Wave and the Changeling into Hovering Death finally picks up the Kuzenbo. Meanwhile, Fear No Evil takes Kenny down, and the Beacon goes the way of win lane lose game. It took 3 ultimates, but they got 2 kills and a Stygian Beacon. And now a Pyromancer too.
Yeah, I was gonna say they got Beacon, they got Gold, they got Pyro, and I was saying just a couple of minutes back how all of these objectives are up on the board, and now they're not. Now there is a decent bit of gold in the pocket of Win Lane that leads closer to 7-8K now. They're pulling fire.
They're pulling a 19-minute Fire Giant. Heimdall nowhere near. Odin is the only one close enough, as Fire Giant now falls to about 2/3 HP. They're trying to get in there, but Odin just cannot get close enough yet. Win lane lose game has it under quarter HP, falling down less than 3,000. Cthulhu ulting early. Apex Empire steals it away! They finally managed to get their break, but it cost the life of Dreams, and now the chase from win lane lose game is on. They're trying to find the right moment. Kenny goes up into the Hovering Death as a threat, but Evan7 falls to SKG. But on the other side, I'm on the split push as Odin ends up over there as well. But they're all back in win lane lose game, recognize what's going on. They drop the chase and go defend their left Phoenix. instead only lose 2 towers. But Heimdall has to try and run away with the help of Bifrost. Otherwise, with the teleport from the monkey, fear no evil, through the realms forces the beads out of Bingus, and that is a kill under the ADC. Apex Empire left with a Fire Giant on only 2.
Oh, oh, brother, you thought. Oh no,
He monkeyed around and found out.
that is unreal. Heim, we all had to be wondering what he was doing at that speed camp in the first place. You know, you got 4 people running in on you. All right, what are you doing there? Get out. I thought he was out, just free and clear. And there was literally a Hunbats and an ult waiting for him on the spot of that. That's really heads up play from Bingus there.
Bingus said, go ahead, dash away. Find out. But Apex Empire now in trouble, trying to defend their base. But Cthulhu ults in, Pony ults in, and they're just going in absolute chaos. Kenny does find Colossus now, but they're falling very low. SKG has yet another. Kenny goes down, 2 left alive. The solo and the ADC from Apex Empire trying to force 4 members of Win Lane lose game at low HP out of base. Find 1, do pick up the support. But the Hunbats falling very low is going to be able to jump over the wall as the ADCs duke it out in lane. Owen continues to chase down the Hunbats, but does have the blink available to try and run away as the ADCs seem to mutually just respect each other and decide to back off.
Well, Odin's still going for it, and no, Bat's got help. There we go.
You saw what happened to the Heimdall, Odin. Just take the money and run. He monkeyed around and found out. Don't you do it too. On her finds the autos, the impale into the wall. Good. Picking up a little bit more. Send off the mark. The monkey to jump in. Dodges the overhead smash and track down. Bingus gets taken off the board by the help from Heimdall. Cthulhu now here with the teleport. Trying to run away. There he goes through the realms. Cthulhu flying across the map into the waiting arms of 2. Kuzmo pushing him into the wall. Cannot escape. Second kill for the Heimdall. And Gold Fury has now been opened up for Apex Empire.
FN7 said, it is now my turn to body block someone into death. Great kills there. Deputy Muffin has got to be one of the bravest people I've ever seen. The help that man is willing to run in and run around with is astounding. Oh no.
Denethor blinks in, forces the beads and Aegis, but here comes Summon the Sticks. Kuzmo going in with the Watery Grave, looking for the execute. Kenny comes in, finds some damage, but Changeling has the ultimate as well, though. Another Hovering Death to escape, and it seems like they will survive with their life. Pony, falling very low, will have to get out.
Yeah, they got out with the ult there. Now they're pulling Pyro, but FN7's a little low to really tank it, and with Win Lane coming up to contest it, they just kind of decide to get out. Gold, it's not as bad as it was. Apex have gotten a good bit. It was over 5-6K just a little while ago, and they brought it down to under 4,000. That Fire Steel really helped them out, and now they have lost some towers, lost a little bit of tower pressure, but they've given themselves more time. The lead wasn't allowed to continue spiraling, and they have stopped the bleeding a bit. XP starting to even out, and they have a chance now to get some of these items online and make this another game moving towards the late.
We do see a pause come out, so we'll have a little bit of time to talk about this, Zetan. So far, this has been a little bit of back and forth compared to the previous game where it was just carnage across the map. 11-17 on the kills board, with the Fire Giant just now responding 24 minutes in. How do you think Apex Empire is doing in regards to making changes between games? As meanwhile, Dreams is under absolute onslaught. Here comes the wave. The execute gets Aegis under the tower. May even have the return kill. Dreams does it to Pony just like that.
It cost both relics, but it cost Pony pride. Great play from Ixchel there. Pony tried to make the dive. He would have had it too, honestly, if he had a little bit more health to play with at that point. But now you don't have to worry about this Morrigan, and you can maybe even look to get another pick or pull this fire.
Dreams is returning, may not have access to those relics or the ultimate, but Odin Cage is going to be good. Forces out the shell very early from that Charon. But this is still a lot of presence, and Win Lane Lose Game has burned a few valuable resources, including that Summon the Sticks, which is such an impactful teamfight tool. But as Thanatos split pushes in the mid, trying to combine words there, their attention was just completely grabbed, and if Apex had some better wards, they might have just pulled fire right then and there.
Yeah, they could have. I'm not sure how many wards have been placed in the game at this point, but I know that looking at the map right now, all I see almost are wards from Win Lane Lose Game. Apex have a couple up near that blue buff, but that's about it. Win Lane Lose Game have all of the vision here, and I think they know it too, because they're pulling this fire.
They also have a little bit better secure with that Desert Sphere once again, but as Fire Giant falls to half HP, Apex is stepping up. They have the presence. Odin jumping in with the cage. Cthulhu caught in the middle of it, taking quite a fair amount of damage, but the wave and the Fear No Evil, but Kenny has one. Bingus has the other return, but Dreamspawn very low, falls to Bingus for the double kill. Odin now looking to try and take down the Sunbats as we see a second Cthulhu ult. SKG picks up half and 7, now blinking in. Kenny has Bingus for his own double kill. And both of the junglers have taken down 2, but Apex Empire has lost a third amidst the carnage to SKG. And Win Lane Lose Game has a 3-on-2. Now looking to start this Fire Giant. Kenny's the only one close enough as Odin has to teleport back in. And Win Lane Lose Game may have pulled that Fire Giant, but they do have relatively low health bars against that Thanatos. They do manage to dodge some of that damage from this Scythe, but could be forced to beads off of that Impale Desert Sphere to find some extra damage, but here comes Hovering Death. You're in execute range, better watch out. Finds Pony, looking for more. The cage is back up, and Odin has them in the Octagon on her, jumping up, falls to move him as soon as he lands, and it's now just one left alive for Win Lane Lose Game as the rest of Apex Empire starts to respawn. They're continuing the chase under tower, but Kenny falls to the tower! And now Cthulhu is back to try and continue the chase onto the Odin, trying to stop him from jumping over the wall. Finds the mire for a slow, but not able to find the root. And Apex Empire has 4 alive, but one of them needs to back. And with Cthulhu full health again, they don't have time to pull the Fire Giant.
They're coming back into it again. Jeering, you ready for another 3.5-minute fight? Because we might have one breaking out here. Apex are headed back in. They're pulling this pyro. Cthulhu's 15 feet away. This is turning into a brawl fast. Great cleanup from Muffin and Kenny on the back end of that lost fight. I think without that play, Win Lane Lose Game almost definitely get that fire. So great play.
Now, one thing to note is Onher does not have any crit. We thought about that with that arrow earlier on, but they went Diamond Arrow, going that full pan with the Silver Branch bow, a character that does not have an attack speed stim, and the support does not have that Shogun's Kasari. How do you think that's working out for him so far?
Well, realistically, your damage is still going to be great on tanks. Now, the crit gives you a little more option to burn squishies, but for shredding tanks, this is one of the best builds you can run. He's not getting a crazy amount of stacks on the Silver Branch, so he's not fully getting that power buff out of it, but he gets pinned from it, he gets attack speed, he's got this Kins, the Executioner. he's got all the pin in the world. He should be hitting for pretty massive numbers on these tanks for Apex Empire.
And speaking of Apex Empire, I just happened to look over. Kuzenbo is currently the highest player damage on their team, an absolute unit on that support. We were talking earlier about Kuzenbo in solo versus support. It seems it didn't matter. Kuzenbo still has the damage regardless. But win lane lose game is still putting out so much damage. It's hard for Apex to really make the plays that they want to. But they're still in it. And as it takes over to EFG, and the goal difference is maybe around 5,000. How are you feeling about the late game prospects for Apex right now?
As of right now, you've got Ikchel about to complete build. Now, she's got this Charon's coin. She's got Soul Gem. We've got Divine Chrono. She's got this Gem of Focus upgrade. Ikchel has the capability right now to basically one-shot somebody with that combo, assuming that they do not have beads or Aegis up. You've got Thanatos and Mufin, who are both able to burn relics pretty easily. The problem here is that you're playing into a Morrigan and a Cthulhu. And Morrigan, as anybody that saw Paul in Worlds knows, can be used as a second jungle at this phase in the game. Well, Mufin's dropped the cage.
Seems Cthulhu will be the first one caught in the cage match, but the cage will go down early. Some of the sticks coming out. And Apex Empire dropped a lot of damage onto this win laner to win lane lose game. But Kenny, forced into that hovering depth, does not find what he's looking for and lanes back down, doing absolutely nothing with it besides moving. And win lane lose game has only burned a couple of ultimates. Didn't need that much, but burned multiple relics from Apex Empire. And they're now in a position to start pulling this Fire Giant. Apex Empire once again left the fight and on the backside, but overhead smash. The silence gets him away as now Hunbat's trying to get out of that damage, but it seems Colossus has taken more than enough. Ponyland switching into the Cthulhu ult to continue the fight. FN7 falling a little bit low with even less mana, but Odin is not deterred, jumping in, looking for some more damage. They're continuing to chase down as Apex Empire has the cage down once again, and Pony gets obliterated. And there goes another kill for the side of Apex. 2 down for win lane lose game. And in this game number 2, Kenny once again going in with that hovering death. They have prospects of looking at that Fire Giant on her, does manage to jump over the execute, but the slow immunity is good enough, and Kenny has SKG, and the Fire Giant is opened up. They may not have the wards, but they have plenty of kills.
3 down is a pretty solid opportunity to pull this fire. Now, Fear No Evil is still on the board. Summon Sticks is still on the board, and Kenny's low.
Summon the Sticks, finds a couple bits of CC, does pick up the kill onto Kenny, but his Fire Giant falls about 5,000 HP. The clock is ticking. Bingus has won. Dreams falls as the Fire Giant falls. Win lane lose game, takes it away. Around the backside, overhead smash from the monkey to get FN7 as the double kill now. Looks for some damage on the Odin, jumping over to try and chase him down through the teleporter as he lets him teleport away. The Colossus has picked up the Heim, and that is 4 gone for Apex. And Fire Giant on 3 for win lane lose game.
That is 4 down. Right tower's gonna fall. We can probably assume that Right Bird here is going to be shortly to follow. That EFG is just so impactful here. They don't even need the carry, who's still halfway up the mid lane, to run this in, and oh, they're on it.
They're going in to the throne room. Here comes Kenny. He may not have the lance, but he did get the pentakill. Looking for a little bit more damage before the execute, does not find it. As Titan still falling about half HP as the rest of the team starting to respawn. Cthulhu on the receiving end of it. Great end from Dreams. Picks up 1. Finds quite a lot of damage. Now Watery Grave looking for some support. Tyrion Dreams has another one as Pony ends up falling and they are doing it once again. Kuzenbo keeping this Charon there as Odin wraps around the corner to try and find the kill as the wave goes to try and buy some extra space for his team. And it looks like just Charon will be left to be picked up as Kenny is staring down SKG42 around the Pyromancer. May not have that hovering death, may not have the blink, but does still have quite a fair amount of movement speed as On Her jumps up, impales him into the wall. But in the mid lane, Fear No Evil catches 3, but falling very low. Have to watch out, Bingus. Trying to run under the tower, Odin leaping in, but with the cage, it is good enough. Moving for the kill. Killing spree as Bingus falls. So does that tier 1 tower in the mid lane. And Apex Empire has it all.
They may have an On Her here in a second, because we can see Kenny is real low after that attempt. They're moving up this mid lane now. They've completely turned this on its head.
Here comes Cthulhu, though, with the descent into madness. The damage is there. Pony has won as Dazzle goes down. Tearing Dreams falls shortly after. Evan 7 desperately trying to run away. Watery Grave to buy some time, but not enough mana to continue running. Decides to just buy some time. SKG picks up the Kuzenbo. Now Odin teleporting back to escape from the Morrigan and gets away as Apex Empire loses 3. As Win Lane lose game now has 4 alive. Cthulhu does have the teleport. He could just see another end call, just like game 1.
Jeering, I don't know how many spectacular defenses Apex Empire have in their trick bag for tonight, but they're going to need another one.
They've already done 2. It looks like they need all of their stars to align right now. Win Lane lose game may not have the Fire Giant, but they may not have their ADC either, but they have damage on Titan. Troll does have 1. Looking for the Titan. They're going for it. Win Lane does it again!
Holy. It... Okay. Alright, that got my pulse going a little bit. Y'all gotta stop this. Like, I'm getting old. Somebody's gonna give me a coronary. These sieges, if I really feel like Win Lane have had every advantage in the world, and it's these sieges where they start to fall short. There was the pentakill in the first game. There was another big defense in this second game, and Apex overextended a little bit on the back end of the defense, and it cost them. But they're making these defenses when they just shouldn't be, and I don't know if it's to do with how Win Lane are sieging, or if Apex is just really that good at defending. But holy cow, these Cthulhu numbers, the Hunbats, Pony sitting with 24k, that was a very solid team performance. And I don't think you can let that Cthulhu Morrigan combo happen again as we move into this game 3.
Sorry, C10, just for a second. I have to ask. You think they can't let that Cthulhu again? I know they can't. That was absolutely terrifying. Colossus and Pony were an absolute menace to this side of Apex Empire. They absolutely cannot let that go through again. Though, to be fair, despite all of that, they still defended the base for quite a while. And like you said, trying to go into the throne room, Apex just flipped the switch and turned their defense up to 11. Unfortunately, once again, it just was not enough. They tried all they could, almost had that miraculous defend once again, but like you said, that overextension off the back end was just a little bit too far. And now, Win Lane lose game goes up 2-0 in grand finals. This could be it. There is only a little bit left to go, and if Apex wants the prize that they've worked so hard for, it is time to pull out all the stops and make the changes happen. We'll have to take a short break to see how they do that. Welcome back, everybody. It is finally time. Game number 3 between the two teams, Apex Empire and Win Lane Lose Game. The grand finals of Alfheim Division Animosity Smite League. This could be it. We could see the 3-0 sweep from Win Lane Lose Game. Or if Apex can make the adjustments that they've been so close to reaching, we could see a resurgence, a breath of life for what previously, was the number 2 seed for this season. Win Lane Lose Game being the number 1 seed, this has been really just a clash of titans between both of these first 2 games, but it seems like bans will seem to be relatively similar to what they were previously, Cthulhu being very quick to go off the board as well as that Thoth, but it seems Apex once again getting rid of that Mercury. Z-Tan, tell me, now that we've seen some of these bands fly through, what do you think their priority is?
Well, that hasn't changed this whole time. Once again, I will say there are so many picks on the board right now. There's so many. You've got On Her, you've got Kukulkan, Kuzenbo, Odin. There are just still so many picks. There aren't enough bans to get rid of all of these.
And it seems Odin will be the one that slips through. The Bacchus going to be returning this game. And it looks like On Her once again going to SKG42. We've seen some great performances from that On Her. Both of these games so far. Makes sense why they want to run it back, but Jing Chen on the side of Apex Empire, that is a very tanky front line from Apex. How you feeling about that top 2?
Xing Tian's in a really good spot right now. Odin also obviously in a fantastic spot right now. So I have to say that I am loving this Apex draft. And with the addition of the Rama,
I'm a monster!
I am really loving this Apex draft. And now Pony is after my own heart. And we have locked in the Scylla. Big fan. Big fan of Scylla.
And given what we saw Pony do on that Thoth in game number 1, this pick could be quite monstrous. But for the top 3, Win Lane taking their support, ADC, and mid, presumably. Apex going for solo support and ADC. How are you feeling about the top 3 so far?
Well, out the gate, Scylla struggles in the early game. We all know it. Even those of us that love her and stand by her through all of it, she struggles in this early game. Rama does not. Xing Tian does not. Odin does not. I like this Apex draft. I really like this Apex draft here. The front line are fantastic, and we have finally moved to one of the top 5 hunters. They tried the Uller in the first game, they tried the Heimdall in the second game, and while the performances weren't bad to speak, they could have been better on better gods. Now we have one of those gods, and I am excited to see what Rizzle can do on it.
It is certainly an interesting thought that against that On Her, the Heimdall is a very solid matchup, being knock immune with the Gjallarhorn, and the immunity to being ganked, or at least theoretically. The safety just didn't quite turn out what they wanted from that Heimdall. So to see it not perform so well was an interesting thought, but like you said, that Rama, very solid ADC right now. And I'll ask you one little bit more time. We had the conversation about Odin and the Kuzenbo last game. Jing Chen is another Guardian that can also slot over to the solo lane. Which one would you rather see?
In this case, I think I would rather see the Odin over in the solo. Reason for that being, I don't know if you've tried to play Xing Tian in solo recently. I myself made the mistake of it in a ranked game, and the early clear is so slow. Your camp clear is just non-existent. You almost have to pull that blue into the tower to get it killed in a timely manner. I don't really think Zing has the early game to be doing much in the solo lane, not when you have the option of the Odin.
That is fair, and it entirely makes sense. Guardians do typically tend to struggle a little bit more with the clear, but it looks like we will actually have a Guardian in the solo lane regardless this time. Win lane lose game picking up a Sobek along with that Bacchus, and Apex Empire opting for the Neef. I'm going to say he's going to go to the mid lane. That's an interesting pick.
I have actually been seeing I don't want to say a decent bit of Neath played, but a lot more Neath than I have seen in the last couple of months. I have seen some Neath being played recently, and I've seen it perform well. This could be some technology going on here. I don't hate this. Now, the only issue here is your only magical damage being Jing, which I'm almost imagining at that point that maybe you do throw the Jing in solo so that you can afford him a Conduit Gem, a Glad Shield, a Void Amaru, Mystical, these items that are going to make him do so much more damage. But outside of that, this draft kind of fries. Loki?
We have
Wait a minute.
Loki locked in for win lane lose game. Bingus is on to something different here. And you know what, Z10, I'll get your thoughts first. How do you feel about this, Loki?
You want honesty? I don't like it. I don't like it a bit. Loki is in a much better spot today than he was, the last 5-6 years. They did do that rework on him, change the way some of his stuff did, and it helped. It helped him a lot. But Loki is a god who can be completely and utterly neutered by the use of a relic. And there's not a lot left for him to follow with after that point. I do not like this Loki when there are so many other picks available on the board. You still had the rat, even Kali. Like there were options. I don't care for this Loki.
I think I may have to disagree with you slightly on this one, actually. While I personally do not like Loki the character, I'm not sure I love it here with the Bacchus and Sobek. But, and this is where I have to disagree, Loki right now, especially with the bauble, is an absolute menace. And given what we've seen Bingus do, especially in game 1, going 14-1 on that
Right.
Susano, I think I'm gonna let him.
I didn't take
think it's
baubles
up to-
into my calculations. Huh.
Yeah,
Well,
Bauble Loki has
let's see
been it's been coming around. And as you say that, game 3 is ready. So we get to see exactly how that is going to play out. Will it be the success that Bingus is expecting it to be? Or will this be the turnaround Apex Empire has been waiting for? And we will see with a Bacchus in the solo lane with a first item Thorns, or first relic.
Wow. Okay. All right. I don't hate this. Solo Beck has been a thing for a long time, and it doesn't traditionally perform well. It just ensures that you're not going to lose lane and die a lot. That was kind of its whole shtick. This Bacchus, on the other hand, gives you a lot more damage output capability. Going to be able to make really good use of the conduit gem. I like this.
It also has some relatively decent early clear when you're going up against that Odin, so the possibility of surviving that feels relatively decent. That conduit really going to be lending to that early clear, and it seems like it's going to work so far. But I'll ask you, which would you have preferred, seeing that Bacchus or that Sobek?
I definitely would have to go with the Bacchus. Now that I've spent some time contemplating this, I like what the Bacchus can bring to that lane a lot better than Sobek, who, as I mentioned a moment ago, Sobek's biggest advantage in that lane is simply being able to stall it. There's very few gods in the game that Sobek is realistically going to get pressure over. Bacchus, on the other hand, Bacchus has that capability.
It seems like with Loki here, Bacchus is just going to keep clearing wave, secure some extra farm, did manage to get that totem. Odin's going to drop some damage, but wary of that Loki safely going to be by that tower line. Naja, on the other hand, once again looking over on the left side as Kenny gets active. Jingchen dashing in, trying to find some damage with the help of that ring bounce. But here comes the Sash as now the Sobek is getting a lot of damage. Does find the dash away, finds that open lane. But the Jimmy and the Space Meteor will be going the way of Apex Empire.
Yeah, two different ganks. Loki tried to apply some pressure to the solo lane over there, and Naja went for the duo lane. Neither really got much for it. Nobody even ended up having to use their beads. Loki's over here on the mid camps now, and we've got Scylla coming back into lane. She's almost out of that danger territory of not being able to do anything. She's got a couple of points into the crush, about 3 more levels, and she'll be able to really clear that wave. Probably about the 10-12 minute mark is where I'm gonna be looking for this win lane draft to kind of start coming online and be able to team fight. That 10-12 minute-ish mark, you've got enough points in your abilities on Scylla to do something. You've presumably got about 2 items online, got some flat pin. You can start really doing some work with that crush. Apex Empire's draft, on the other hand, Neath mid, we're gonna have to see. I'm not sure I entirely believe in it yet, but I do know that I wholeheartedly believe in this Rama.
Rama does feel a lot better right now compared to that Heimdall going into the late game. It just feels like your capabilities are better. But Odin going in with the cage, we may end up seeing the first blood of the match here. But Bacchus does find the stun, but here comes Naja around the side, dodges the Sash, looking for an open lane to try and get back to tower, does not find it, popping the thorns for some extra mitigation. Windfire Wheels takes him up to the sky, dunk down from Mufin, takes the kill, and first blood goes the way of Apex Empire.
Great gank there from Kenny, and honestly, great dodging maneuvers on the part of Colossus. He tried. He was trying to get that. Oh, wow. There we go again. Here's
Here
the
comes Washing Machine, but gonna be able to go into the lurking through the waters, but looking for this nice, finds it as it picks it up. The Rama already paying off. Beautiful kill. Give him the old razzle dazzle, and that would be a nice kill. SKG popping the Desert Sphere to clear the wave to be a little bit safer under that tower. And it's
He
2
had
kills
to hit
now.
all 3. He got it. Love to see that. Love to see some. Oh, I'm a monster.
Ooh. Almost took Kenny off the map, but barely surviving. That could have been very dangerous, especially if Scylla continued to get that lead slightly ahead of the Neath, maybe half a level at this point, but it is still a slight lead. Could have been dangerous.
It is a slight lead, but your good news for Scylla here is that like Neath's clear isn't that wild. It's a little better than a Scylla's, but now that we're at this level 7 territory, Scylla can just walk up, clear the wave, and leave. She does not have to engage with this Neath unless she wants to. So far, gold only about 1,000, 850, 1,000, but in this case, it is to the side of Apex. They've got 2 kills on the board. They got the first blood. That's great compared to where they've been at in this early in the last couple of games.
It's a lot better start for them, and I'll get your input on this, Z-Temp. Looking at this, the early game for Apex has been solid. How do you feel about their late game, though?
Well, it's an interesting question because realistically, Jing is your only real magical damage. Now, you could throw a mystical mail over onto Odin and get a little more magical output, but Jing, for the most part, is it. Now, Rama is going to have Executioner. Well,
Loki caught out. Windfire wheels coming up into the sky. Taking a little bit of damage. Loki is going to be forced to try and ult away, but here comes the Neath ult. Gets a little bit of damage. Does get the beads, but Loki will survive with the help of Bacchus. Here comes the washing machine. Forces that Desert Fury from SKG. Will be safe under tower for now. But with 2 still in your lane, you got to watch out. We saw what happened with those snipes previously.
Yeah, we love to see those snipes. Realistically, I have to think that win lane lose game should have the better super late. But Apex have the capability to push in the meantime, and that's dangerous.
And pushing they are. I'm a Monster not quite on the mark, and Odin will survive. Dropping the cage to escape was a beautiful play, bought so much time, and it looks like it will be successful.
Yeah, this Rama, I think, is going to... Rama is going to be the centerpiece to this Apex Empire team. And the biggest reason for that is that Rama is the one that is going to be getting Executioner. And with a 4 physical comp, that Executioner is going to be upping his damage and the damage of 3 other members of his team. So I'm really looking for Rama's performance here to kind of measure what Apex are going to be able to do.
Yeah, going into that late game is not going to feel as ideal if they can just load up on those fizz prots. The extra shred from Executioner will be crucial, but so far, it's not online. They don't have to worry about that late game just yet. But win lane lose game does still have the Scylla. And when you have 2 supports, or 2 guardians, I should say, to back up that Scylla and buy that extra space, it's going to be really hard to get in and dive that Scylla. But it seems not too hard to try and dive Dreams. Coming in with Sobek and Loki ult, gonna force the beads, but a nice double arrow. Finds the roots, finds some healing, and manages to escape.
Barely. She barely got out of that. Oh my lord. This tower is almost down for on her. That is wild. We're only 9 minutes in here, and Rama's just pushing it down in his face. This is a night and day difference in this duo lane.
That Rama is getting a fair amount of help from the Jing Chen, so keep that in mind as Sobek rotates over, looking to try and contest on that prod camp, but dashing in, here comes the Naja, finds the ring bounce on her, jumps, locked away. Sobek is just put in a world of hurt as Dreams takes the kill with the Neath ult, finding that World Weaver across the map.
I feel like it might have been to the tune of unnecessary. There is a possibility.
had to get that extra assist gold, but here comes the kill. Looking for the snipes, misses one, misses two, decides it's not worth it as the tower still stands. Evan7 now proxying behind wave as Bacchus comes around the side trying to chase down the Rama with no mana left. No ult, does not manage to find the stun, but gonna pop the thorns going in. All aggression. FN7 goes down to Pony. Jumping in, here comes a Loki looking for the kill. The bees is good as continuing to run away. Rama survives as here comes the Naja around the backside to make sure he's out. And Apex Empire only lose their support.
Wow. Razzle should not have lived that. That was a very lengthy retreat, and now Win Lane are pulling this gold. Kenny's in the middle of 5 people, though.
As gold pops down to about quarter HP, up into the Windfire wheels, I'm a Monster goes out, does secure the Gold Fury, but Win Lane Lose Game has some low HP bars, and Apex Empire is there. Looks like they will be able to try and escape, as Naja does not want them to be able to back, stopping them with that Universe Ring Toss. But Win Lane Lose Game will get the objective and will keep their lives.
Keeping your life, getting an objective, that is the name of the game as far as building a lead is concerned. Which they still don't have a lead, but they're now only down like 150 gold. The gold difference now is just completely negligible, and now Win Lane have a chance to maybe even get a lead if they can find somewhere to get pressure. But this Rama's not giving it to him.
Certainly not in the dual lane, as Sobek is forced to back, and the tower on the tier 1 will fall in the left side of the map. And Apex Empire has a little bit more space to work with now, but the Onher does have some safer farm. So it looks like they're going to prioritize the solo lane, where Naja is once again going in. Windfire Wheels takes Colossus up into the air, not doing too much damage though. So far, 2 full physical defense items and a third on the way. Loki coming around the corner, coming in. Here comes the Assassinate, looking for some more damage. The sash onto Bacchus, good for a little bit more damage, but still not quite able to find the kill. All of them falling very low. Loki looking for the kill, finds the Naja. Here comes Scylla, I'm a Monster around the corner. Neath has 1 kill, does not find it off the ult, but here comes Rama looking for the snipes, trying to find the Loki. Finds him, takes him out. Bingus goes down, just completely flicks and takes another shot. Here comes the washing machine to buy some more time, throwing them right to the Rama as Sobek flex him out of tower, and Mufin goes down. Pody picking up that kill. 2 down for both sides, and now Apex Empire left trying to survive underneath the tower, but Neath is pushing in mid.
She's split pushing the mid, and Win Lane have committed the entire kitchen sink to the solo lane at this point. Even Onher's here on the party. It looks like they want this tower, but FN7 is not letting them have it.
Xingqian really is the relentless. You will not take this tower by my hands, and it is successful defense. Meanwhile, Win Lane Lose Game's solo tier 1 tower is not looking too great. It may just be the next to fall.
It very well could, and while we're in this like 10 to 15 minute area, these towers are a big deal. Any gold you can get into your team's pocket at this like early mid is a huge deal. We can see that Rama did get this Exi, and now is kind of the point I was talking about earlier, where Win Lane Lose Game, they've got some flat pin on the Scylla. They're ready to fight. They've got Executioner on there on her. We've got 2 and 3 items going in slots now. Now is the time I'm expecting to see some grouping and start seeing some team fighting. And for Apex, that's going to have to be around this Rama. Odin or Xingtian could build a Void Shield, and honestly, in this case, probably should build a Void Shield just to lower those physical prots even more. But Rama is going to be the center of this team fight for Apex around this Exi. Oh, Kenny
Looks like
in trouble.
Kenny's taking a little bit of damage as Winlane lose game looking to go in for Gold Fury, but Bees and Age is forced off of Scylla by that Armillary Sash. But Jing Chen here now trying to make some waves, getting in aggressive. Rama going up, looking for the snipes, trying to find the kill onto the Scylla. Will he be able to find it? Does not find the kill, but Muffin does. Good participation there for the effort. And now Apex looking to try and take this fight with that 5v4, but Bacchus going in, finds 2 off the knockup, has the Thorns for some extra damage. Cage match from Odin is good to lock him in, and Colossus goes down, moving with the double kill. And here comes Odin jumping in for some more, looking for another. Impaled away, but there's still only 3 left alive. Armillary Sash forces the beads off of SKG. Does not have the Windfire Wheels just yet, but FN7 getting in aggressive on her, going for the Desert Fury as Dezel falls to Dingus. Or Bingus, excuse me. And there goes the Windfire Wheels. Kenny picks up 1. Bingus falling very low as Dreams picks him up. And that will be 4 for the side of Apex Empire, as now the Oni Fury goes their way.
Yes, Dingus did in fact go down and is going to continue to be so while they get this Oni Fury. This is huge for Apex. This is a huge fight. One, I have to imagine that Win Lane Lose Game are severely regretting letting this Odin through the draft at this point. Muffin has been doing a lot in these fights, just from the few we've seen. Rama doing excellent work with his Kins, with the XC. This draft is starting to come online, and Apex now have a 4,000 gold lead. I think that's probably the biggest lead they've had in this whole set.
It really just... This is what Apex has been looking for. They've got the Odin once again, which maybe they shouldn't have, reasonably speaking. But they have this lead. This is what they wanted. They haven't had these opportunities in the past 2 games, but now they have this advantage, and they can take objectives, they can take beacons. This really is the turnaround that they've been looking for, and we may just see a real breath of life from them. It's possible they may look to go for that Pyromancer relatively early.
They absolutely could. There's no reason that they can't. All of these T1s are down. You know, they've already got a bit of a lead, and that's the next step in building the lead further, and they're going in again.
Kenny went in with the Sash, gets plucked out of the crush from Scylla. A little bit of misfortunate timing. But now looking around the side as the ADCs box it out one-on-one, taking a true gentleman's duel. Impaled to force out a little bit. Here comes Desert's Fury for some damage, but Rama is continuing to retreat. He's forced with the help of the world over. Here comes the ult, looking for the snipes, finds it, and it is just disaster for SKG. Second party in the middle of all that, but Loki here to turn it around, immediately dashing away, but here comes the assassinate. Look out, there he goes. Bingus has it. I remembered the B instead of the D this time, as Kenny now falling very low, trying to run away. Aegis trying to escape. Watch out for the Pyromancer! Might get the kill as Sobek trapped in the cage. There goes the washing machine spinning round and round into the ground you go. Moving, picking up that one. Still now looking for some extra damage off the back end of the Pyromancer, but they just cannot seem to find it. And Win Lane Lose Game is now met with just disaster in this fight.
Yeah, man, this Neath is off to a 3-0-3 start. I don't think I've seen her miss an ult the whole time. Great play from the Neath there, because honestly, without that ult, I think Rama ends up dying. He might have been able to get up into the sky fast enough, but it wasn't guaranteed. He was very, very low. Apex have gotten another objective, and now on top of the pyro, they've got this tower in right. That's a T2. That's even more gold. Now we're looking at a little over 5K. And this is that point I've talked about a couple of times now for Win Lane, where they can start having items complete that Win Lane is not going to. And So now the name of the game for Apex Empire is to continue to push this lead. Do not let up off the gas at all. Keep running it.
It seems like Odin is just desperate for that Jimmy, tanking a Bacchus ult, tanking the Thorns. Here comes
Oh, no.
Naj now, Windfire wheels to secure it, and here comes disaster. The cage is down. Here comes Neath ult once again as the World Reaper is good. Mufin picks up yet another kill. 5, 1, and 3 on the Odin. An absolute nightmare for Win Lane to deal with, as it looks like Sobek now taking on the Gold Fury head on her around the corner to help, but Apex is on the Fire Giant. Scylla is nearby along with the Loki. They see that it's happening, but what can they do in the face of 5? Fire Giant now falling to about half HP. Gold Fury about to fall, but Scylla cannot get close enough. Loki trying to sneak his way in, will not be able to get in unnoticed. Looking around the backside, gonna drop the 2, trying to go in with the assassinate, but the beat is good. Apex has the fire, picks up Bingus, and it is now all 5 members with Fire Giant for Apex Empire.
Fantastic play out of Apex Empire here. This looks like an entirely different team from what we've seen in the first 2 games. Now, they're not in a good spot. The only way that they win these finals, maybe with a siege.
Bacchus goes in, blinks in with the ult, but there goes the Windfire wheels, and Pony falls once again. Kenny picking up a kill, but falling very low. Evan7 has to try and get out. Gage is down, trying to find some more kills. The Shell to try and escape as SKG is just throwing out whatever damage he can. They do manage to survive with 3 left alive for Win Lane, but they lose their mid-bird, and the base has been cracked.
Yeah, Midbird's gonna go down, and they're clearing out these Mickey chests over here on the side. They're not giving Win Lane anything to come back with, and that's really the important part of this siege. They've got this Midbird. Left side does still have a tower standing, but that's not too big of a deal. Apex are looking to confirm this beacon, maybe get this pyro when it comes up, but as of now, they should have a decent bit of gold to back and spend.
Apex Empire has a massive gold lead now, 7,000. This is a much better advantage for them. This may even just be the best they've had all set. The only time they've had a position like this is when they got that pentakill off the base defense in game number 1, and they went and took Fire Giant, but now they have full gas. This pedal is being pushed to the metal, and it is not time to let up anytime soon. Bink is trying to run away, using that stealth to escape notice. May possibly run into the Neath, but it does not look like he's interested in the lane, and the Neath is not interested in him. They want that left tier 2 tower, and they want it now. It is going to fall in short order, and the Phoenix Siege, without 3 members for Win Lane, is about to begin. And Pony already being forced to run away with the beads. Windfire Wheels is popped by Kenny, so it's going to be a nice resource they don't have to worry about. But Evan7 blinking in with the Fire Blink, trying to get in, but they just can't secure the bird. They finally managed to get it with the help of that Runic Bomb, but the damage off the back end, Bacchus finds so much time. Apex just can't seem to finalize the push. They can't seem to get these kills just yet, even with that Fire Giant, as minions pour into Titan. And now Mufin getting plucked back in, forced against the wall, dealing a lot of damage. SKG has 1 kill, and Apex Empire now on the retreat. Bacchus blinking in, looking for the stun. Will find Evan7 caught in the middle. There goes the pluck. Tries to jump over the crush, but falls anyway to the Sobek. It is just disaster for Apex as they try and leave in shambles.
Yeah, Win Lane just pulled an Apex. I mean, they did get 2 birds out of this, though. That's the big takeaway here for me. Yeah, they lost Mufin and FN7 on the back end. They've still got both their ADCs up. They've got Kenny up, and they've got the left bird down with fire coming back up in about a minute 10. So even with those deaths, they still have every advantage in the world moving into this next fire. And if we look at the item boards, we see completed starters across the board on Apex. For Win Lane, there's only 3, one of which was purchased pretty recently, but they don't have all of these upgraded starters. Apex have a pretty decent advantage going into this fight, and now's the time to push it, because now is when Scylla isn't at full build, when Bacchus doesn't have this gem of focus. Now is your time to get this fire and try and force a fight before the playing field gets evened.
And with Fire Giant about to spawn in 10 seconds, left bird down for win lane lose game, Apex Empire has more than enough time to just pull this Fire Giant and stall a little bit if they have to and wait for the Fire Minions to do their job. Win lane lose game is going to be stepping up to try and make a defense, but there's only so much they can do as the Fire Giant gets started, already dropping down close to 10,000 HP. Kenny on the zoning job, looking to keep them away. Sobek plucking in. Windfire wheels used defensively to try and escape. Bacchus ulting towards the backline. Thorns forth. Here comes the washing machine. And there goes Colossus looking for the snipes. Rama looking to get the kill. Finds a little bit of damage onto SKG, but not enough to get the kill here. Loki in the mid lane opting to get a little bit of extra space. Apex just not able to find the kills that they were looking for after that Bacchus. They are still relatively healthy, except for their support. But otherwise, seem to be continuing this fight as now it looks like the Sobek getting caught out. FN gonna have to back, falling extremely low, and Pyromancer seems to be a little bit more interesting for both of these teams. But neither of them able to pick up a kill. Naja once again going back in, finds the kill on to Sobek with the help of Rama. Just obliterated.
Rama
And
has
that is
arrived.
turnaround.
Ooh. That damage. And he doesn't even have what I assume is going to be a silver branch. He doesn't even have it yet. He's opted for the Odibo over this dominance, which with the Executioner, you're getting I want to say it's 28% at max stacks, and then you'll get another 10% off the silver branch we assume he's going to build. He's got plenty of pin, but this man is swinging, and Pony's in trouble.
Odin cage down, the match has begun, and Odin has the kill. The Fire Giant has gone down. Apex has 1 kill. They have the Fire Giant around all 5. Neithel to try and slow down this Bacchus. Now just trying to chase him down in the middle of 4. The damage is good, but that's a slippery little Bacchus. They just can't seem to catch him. Rama going for the snipe, finally finds it, and the kill has been secured. 2 down for win lane lose game. Fire Giant on all 5, and Apex Empire looking to take those birds down once again, maybe even end this game.
Yeah, they don't have any bombs in pocket here, and this isn't an EFG, so this isn't going to happen as quickly as it could, but they do have 2 carries. So that's got to have some benefits.
There is Loki waiting around the backside, trying to get some poke damage done with the help of that Sphinx's bobble, but Midbird still goes down, and Muffin looks to be trying to back. But you can't back right there. Loki is lurking around the corner, just waiting for the right time to stop that back. And it's going to be going once again. Odin, have you not learned your lesson? Okay, now you figured it out. Thank you. Get rid of that Loki as they continue to try and barrel down that left side. And it has begun. The bird is already gone with the help of Razzle Dazzle. The auto's just hitting so hard from the Rama, and the base of win lane lose game is once again cracked wide open.
I might argue that trying to stop Odin from backing there was not advantageous to his team. They could have really used Loki there in the fight, and instead he was there throwing decoys at Odin, which I get the idea. You don't want Odin to back and come back in at full health. But right now, Apex, despite if we look over at the damage chart, the player damage right there, Anhur and Bacchus have done a fair amount more than any of the members of Apex, yet Apex are up 18-7 with 2 birds down.
This really just is a reminder that at the end of the day, Smite is going to be a game about those objectives. It does not matter how many kills you have. It matters if you take down the Titan. And right now, that seems to be Apex's game. They have gotten that early pressure, and they're continuing to barrel it down with the help of FN7 using not only Mystical Mail, but Void Damaru to get that extra magical damage and a Stone of Binding just to make it that much worse. Continuing to go for the extra damage from the support, Apex Empire has a lot of damage rolling the way of Win Lane. And not even Sobek wants to find out, popping that shell very early to escape. And this could just be the final siege Apex needs. Only one bird left alive. This is game number 3, the real turning point. Will Apex claw their way back into this set, or could Win Lane lose game, get a defend, end the game, and take the grand finals? Apex Empire looking for the right time to go in, but just cannot seem to find it. Naja trying to catch Loki in mid to try and go take him off the map, go help the team. And looks like Apex is just waiting for the right moment. Sobek dashing in, does not find it. Here comes the washing machine, but lurking in the waters, the CC immunity is good, and a lot of damage onto the supports has gone. Bacchus gets a lot of damage with help that Thorns. I'm a Monster not quite on the mark, but the Odin cage is down looking for the snipes. Rama finds one. Moni goes down. Sobek plugs Odin back in to the grave. Colossus picks up that kill, but the Titan is under attack. Loki has to back, and now Colossus is stuck on the back end and just goes down for the double kill. Razzle has 2 of them now barreling into the throne room. 4 left alive for Apex Empire compared to only 3. With low HP bars, there goes FN7, plucked to his death. SKG has the kill, now trying to run away. Sobek is barely alive, trying to escape Kenny, but Honor has the damage to help. There comes the sash, but forced to Aegis. Honor jumps in, suicidal, to get that kill, and falls, but does manage to pick up the kill. Now 2 left alive for both sides. Loki coming around the backside, gotta watch out. They know he's there. The stealth just ran out. Neef finds the kill. Dreams takes out Bingus for his hubris, and 3 lanes worth of fire minions, but just Sobek left alive to try and defend the mid bird. Gonna ult for the damage to slow them down, but the Titan is still losing health.
Oh no. Oh no. Does he get it? Sobek saves the bird.
Saved.
Woo! Close one. Wow. That was a great fight on the back end from Win Lane. Now they're gonna be able to get, it looks like 2 Phoenixes up, but while they're doing that, Apex are slaughtering this EFG.
EFG goes down. Apex has it on all 5. Those Phoenixes barely have a sliver of health, and that Titan is still not healing for another full minute. This is Apex's oyster. It is their time to shine. They have clawed their way back into this set. The breath of life has turned into more. And now, with an Oni Fury on the board, they could have themselves a very punishing push.
Yeah, this Oni Fury is going to be pretty big. They're going to get Oni Fires in the right lane. They're going to get regular Onis in the left and middle lanes. But this is all just a topping on the ice cream. They've already got EFG. They don't need minion waves. They don't need any of this to siege these right now. They just need to push.
And push they are. Kenny goes right in, forces the beads off of Scylla very early, doesn't even need the Windfire wheels, but there it goes anyway, taking one up into the sky, right into the waiting arms of damage. I'm a Monster, not on the mark once again, not able to find that damage, but Loki coming in with the Assassinate right into the sash of the Naja, but Mufin has the kill. Dreams has another. Razzle for the 3rd, looking for one more. Sobek trying to find the kills, but Sobek's gone. That's Bacchus. I'm sorry. Razzle finds the double, and it's just the on her left alive. Impale back under Phoenix to kill the Odin. Barely able to escape. Just barely alive. Now looking for the kill. Kenny wants this on her. Forced to Aegis. Here comes Desert's Fury. Sashing out on the mark, looking for the kill. Finds it anyway. Deicide as Apex is back in.
I don't know that it's time to start talking about the reverse sweep yet, but they've got phase 1 of that operation done. Phase 1 of the reverse sweep is win the 3rd game, and they did it pretty convincingly. Pretty well firing on all cylinders. All of the lanes pretty much had a good time. I think moving into this game 4, if I'm win lane here, I have to at least be considering we don't let Odin through that draft again, because a solid 70% of the fights that went badly for win lane in that game were near a direct result of an Odin cage. I don't think they can afford to allow that through again. Maybe you ban it. It's definitely a god that's viable to ban. Maybe you look to pick it up. But whatever the case, I don't think you hand that pick to Apex another time.
That is definitely something they need to get rid of. Another thing to watch out for, the old Razzle Dazzle from Rama, 30,000 player damage, 11, 2, and 7. A beautiful performance from the Apex Empire ADC this time around in Game 3. Just completely destroying health bars and objectives alike. That was exactly what they needed, and it was a beautiful team effort all around.
It absolutely was. I know we talked about it after the game 1, after the game 2, and I said I want to see him on one of these top 4 or 5 hunters, somebody that really utilizes the current itemization, and he did it, and it looked great.
It looked absolutely fantastic. The only real thing Apex did not have was words from their mid laner. But if that's really your only main issue, it really wasn't that bad of a game.
Hey, you know what? I'm not chastising somebody who never missed an ult for only placing 2 wards.
That is true. Dreams did hit every single ult. That is very, very true. And even better, they have themselves the chance to claw their way back into this set. It's now going to go to game number 4. We'll have to take a brief break before we can show that to you, though. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have a breath of fresh air for the grand finals of the Alfheim division in Animosity Smite League. If you are just joining us or returning from a break, we are currently going into game number 4. Win lane lose game is up 2-1 against Apex Empire. Coming off a 2-0 lead, Apex Empire was down but not out. They clawed their way back, took game 3 convincingly from start to finish. They had what they wanted, and now it's time for picks and bans. Let us see what they have cooking up for us today. Z-Tent, how you feeling about this game?
Feeling great so far, Jeering. I feel like, and there it is. I was gonna say, I feel like what they need to be cooking up is an Odin ban, regardless of who it's going for, but you definitely don't want that ending up in the hands of Muffin again.
That is very, very true. Banning the Cthulhu also makes quite a fair amount of sense, because it saw quite a fair amount of success in the hands of Mortal Colossus.
Yeah, it did, and they played it very, very well, and they used that Morgan combo with it. Better to just get it off the board all around. As they start looking into these picks again, now we're taking the Wukong and on her to follow it up.
Feel my blessing.
you've had really solid performances on the On Her pretty much every time. Don't think there's anything wrong with him going back to it here. Now, the interesting part of this is the Terra. Terra is somebody that we haven't seen a massive amount of yet, but I think she is worthy of being seen a lot more than we have, because the change that they did to her within these last couple of patches, her having that dash at the level 1 is so big. It completely gets rid of what was Terra's biggest flaw. Oh man, Apex are going right back to this Neath Rama.
They are just bringing it right back. To be fair, Dreams never missed a single ult, and the Rama did give him the old razzle dazzle last game. If you don't mind me repeating myself, it really did work out in their favor. Rama was truly a show to behold, but it looks like Win Lane Lose Game finally picking up the Thor that's been banned every single game so far. And now that we see the top 3, how you feeling about these picks?
Well, off the bat, I think I'm leaning towards the Win Lane roster as of this moment. Terra provides pretty crazy early pressure and damage. Thor's got a semi-global ult. They've got the ability to get in, and between that Terra ult, the Thor ult, I'm really liking their chances as far as fighting in the duo lane or in the mid.
It feels like a very powerful team comp, especially with that Thor able to rotate around the map at a moment's notice, and Terra has long been known as a fantastic teamfight character. I am really loving the top 3 from Win Lane Lose Game. They do get rid of the Kamazots and the Naja as their final 2 bans, Agni going away from Apex Empire. As we see the last of the bans coming out, what is it you think that Win Lane Lose Game might be prioritizing?
Well, I think here you probably look, you have 2 choices really. You could make the call to try and go another double ADC and match that shred of Apex. You could go for the Amuzin Cobb, the Marticarus. There's a couple of options there, or we can go back to the Scylla, the Kukulkan, some of the nice AoE mages, great secure, good ults. It's really whatever pony's gonna be more comfortable on here for me.
And there's still quite a few options left on the board. There's that Kukulkan if you wanted the mage. If you wanted to go the hunter route, you have AMC. Marty is still open. Or if they really wanted to go for something spicy, there's that Uller that we saw in game 1. Wasn't the ideal start that they had wanted for the side of Apex, but there are options on the board.
Now is the time.
Or
It
Nike.
looks like they're gonna save it for last. They want to see exactly what is on this Apex team before they make this decision.
And given that you're going into a double hunter comp, Nike makes a lot of sense. This could be really dangerous for the Apex backline.
It is that Nike 2, that shield. It can make her so difficult to kill. Now, granted, she maneuvers like a whale when you have it up, so it does have its drawbacks. But as far as outright diving hunters, nobody really better at it except for maybe
I will leave
Bologna.
standing no barrier.
I was
Our
just about
success.
to say, if they're going Nike, I would love to see a Ganesh, and there it is.
Go, Suku.
We see in the Wheelage to top it all off. This could be a very interesting game. But as we see the final picks coming out with the Morrigan, this is going to get interesting. How do you compare these drafts?
My my heart wants to go with the double ADC, but my brain wants to go with the double Thor. Uh, if they play this correctly and play it well, Pony had a pretty good time on the Morrigan last time they pulled it out of the hat. Now you've got Terra, you've got Nike, you've got this Thor, and even on the other side of the field, you have some decent transformations to go into if you need it. But primarily, I'm looking for Pony to probably be using Thor and maybe Wukong for their transforms. But this is going to be a lot of dive. It usually takes pretty significant relic or ult commitment to get out of that Anvil of Dawn the first time. If you've got a second one following it in behind, that could spell serious trouble for Apex's backline.
Yeah, you only have so much time to use purification beads. It's not an infinite timer, and once it's used, that cooldown is brutally long. So when you have two Thors coming in, dunking on your head, that can feel pretty terrible. Or if they just want the better base defense, you've got double Terra. Having that extra Earth's Blessing could really be a game changer. This looks absolutely incredible, but I'll ask him, how do you feel about that Neath going in the mid lane again?
Ult jokes aside, I don't think the Neath performed badly. The Neath performed very well. And with that Bluestone, with her AoE abilities, you can get kind of that mage AoE damage going on. I don't hate it. It worked, so going back to it is absolutely not a problem for me. It's that old adage of if it's not broken, don't fix it.
True. They did win game number 3 on it, and now we get to see how they do in game number 4. It is time to begin the next game in this series. There are so many different options that they could be going for. The Morrigan having the Changeling to go into multiple different targets, and I would argue there's a lot of good targets. Where do you think the jungles are going to look to prioritize? Do you think Kenny is just going to stick to left lane while Bingus sticks to solo?
Well, ideally, you would like to imagine that the only god on the side of Win Lane that doesn't have an escape is really the Morrigan, which she does have the invis. It's not like she's completely useless in the escape department, but invisibility is only so good. I would like to see them pressure this Morrigan, especially given how comfortably Pony piloted it, how good he looked on it in the game that he played it. I would really like to see Kenny put some pressure on this Morrigan. As for Bingus, he's got a Thor. He can go wherever he wants.
That is true. Thor can get around the map very, very quickly. Not just with that ultimate getting across half a lane in an instant, but just the Mjolnir's attunement to get around. Teleporting to it can be very quick, but Dream's falling very low to that Morgan. Double tap almost finds the first blood, and we almost see Dreams go back to base very early, and now it's going to be just Kenny to defend mid.
That would have been rough, although this might also be... Terra's getting kind of beaten up here a little bit, but she's got her pots ticking. She should be fine. Kenny, on the other hand, might not be.
In danger to the Thor, does manage to get the jump away, but Pony is still right around that corner. If you step up, that could be your last action, and watch out. Watch out for the Thor wall. Does not look like it's going to go into it this time, though. And for now, you will survive, but we've seen what can happen, especially in the first couple games, with that mid duo, win lane, lose game can really put the aggression to the max.
Yeah, they can and they will. We've seen them do it. And oh, that horrific emblem's gone. Maybe Ganesh too.
Ganesh in a lot of trouble, falling very low, running around the pillar to try and buy some time, waiting, but here comes Thor around the side, but it will be the Terra picking up first blood for game number 4.
Great play there. They had the Ganesh dash out. He knew it. Popped that horrific. Got the damage. Got it secured. You got a first blood. I love this Terra pick. It can feel a little bad sometimes into a Ganesh, but that's not really a fair comparison because you could easily make the comment that 90% of the gods in the game feel bad into a Ganesh. Ganesh is just the it feels bad to fight into me god.
Yeah, Ganesh really is kind of just the ruler of, what if you just didn't do any of that? What if you just stopped playing? Hear me out, hear me out. What if, and hear me out, listen, what if you just didn't?
Be a damn shame if you weren't able to play the game for the next 5 seconds. Yeah, Ganesh really does that, and it's one of the reasons that I can't remember a time where he was just the number 1 support, but he's never far from it. He's almost always top 5. His kit is just good. This mid lane matchup, obviously Morrigan and Thor were kind of getting the better of it in the beginning. Now that we've got a couple of levels on the Neath, once she gets this trans, I think that might be able to stabilize out. But Hera's getting poked out again.
Terra's taken quite a fair amount of poke, but able to sustain a lot of it. Thor going up into the air could be dangerous, though. Duncan right in, doing a lot of damage to the Uwilish, trying to run away. Double tap, finds the kill! Kenny goes down, and Bingus has the solo kill, and that is going to be a big pickup for that Thor.
Yeah, that is a pretty big kill. Oh, Muffin might be in for it too.
Muffin hit the stun on a minion. Gotta watch out, though. Does has the somersault cloud. Gotta watch out. Going in. Does not find the smack. Will not be able to use that long stick. And Nike will be able to survive for now. But the good news is, for Muffin, it seems Colossus has definitely learned just how big that stick Muffin's carrying is.
Talk softly and carry a big stick. It Wukong, the sheer fact that he has the capability to fight a Nike in lane. I mean, there's just not a lot of gods that can do that. Nike has such good clear, such good pressure. She's an absolute terror to try and fight into, and Muffin's doing it just fine.
Especially with that already upgraded Jotun's Vigor, that's going to make a lot easier laning phase to try and sustain. A little bit different compared to the normal Soul Eater that we see from Sun Wukong. How do you think that goes in this matchup?
Well, I think that I think Dharmic Pillars just got dropped on Thor.
Trying to run away, but the sound's keeping him there. Wheelish trying to do some return damage. Thor jumps away with the help of Muno's attunement, but not far enough. But Kenny does go down on the other end. Now Colossus trying to escape from 2. Will manage to get away from that pesky Ganesh. Able to get out of the you can't play the game range. But now Terra looking to invade the green buff. Getting aggressive on this Rama, waiting for the right time to try and steal away the buff, but Rama is just not giving it up, but still manages to steal away the green buff. The Terra has out-secured you with a sovereignty first item.
Hanaru is being a menace on this Terra, and that is exactly how you need to play Terra. Terra didn't get buffed, so to speak, outside of that super early game issue with the dash, but Terra is a very strong Guardian. She has a lot of base damage potential, and that's one of the things you love to see Terra players do, is to play it aggressively like this, because you can. You absolutely can.
And especially in the late game, Terra really has the ability to turn those team fights on their head. Not just with the stun, not just rooting multiple people and leaving a damage field that a lot of people like to avoid if they can, but just having that ult to give your team the extra survivability. I really like the late game from Win Lane, but I'll ask, how do you feel about the late game from Apex? Since Wheelish is known for a lot of early pressure, but we see a lot of damage onto the Neath, gets rooted out by the Terra, forced to beads, trying to run away, and not going to be too successful as Thor just forced up into the air by the Wheelish. That is Morgan Le Fay rather than the Thor. Thor is going to the left. There is a Thor going into the air, but
It was an imposter. There's the real one.
and Rama up into the air, trying to escape from the Anhur, just decides to wait for a little bit, gets caught out by the wall, and just demolished, falling to Bingus. Now 4-1 on the kills board. Win Lane lose game, taking an aggressive start.
Yeah, they are taking a very aggressive start, and you have to imagine that after winning the first 2 games and then losing that third one so handily, that they've got to be a little offended here, and it's showing. They're really going after Apex here, and Apex are gonna have to respond to this sooner or later.
Right now, they're looking for a gank on the duo side after they just got the purple buff invaded, but it does not look like they'll be able to catch anybody in time. SKG does still have dash, pops the beams early to avoid the Willish pull, but Dharmic Pillar is not going to be enough damage. But it will be quite a lot of damage onto Kenny, but Bingus ends up falling to Muffin as now the rest of the team rolling in. Here comes Morgan trying to find the extra damage. Nike jumping in, doing some good damage. As we see around the backside, Muffin getting a little bit of damage, but able to still escape and survive, and it seems to be just a trade of the junglers.
They are really going at it here, and it looks like they're going to go on this Gold Fury. This is 9 minutes. This is one of the earliest objectives we've seen pulled, and I don't know that. Okay, they know. They do know.
Rama going for the snipe, waiting for just the right moment, going in, manages to steal it away. Are you kidding me?
No, nobody's joking. This, I love to see it, man. I love it. I am loving Rizzle on this Rama pick. He did so well with it in the last game, and even when you're down in this game, he's able to do stuff like that. You love to see it.
Kenny almost getting stunned at the tower, but transforms into the Thor, going in with one dunk. Here comes the second. Dreams caught between two walls, tries to backflip away, trying to escape the double Thor, but the walls have just been too much, and now caught in the middle of 3. Pony has another kill in this set. Now 1-0-1 for the game, but man, 7-2 Win Lane lose game is taking a very aggressive early start, even if Apex is still keeping even.
That right there was what I was talking about on the desk. That double Thor ult is just catastrophic, and Terra is back to continue being a menace.
This poor Rama is trapped.
Oh.
Somebody help the poor guy. But here comes a Willish to the rescue with the help of Dharmic Pillars and the silence to keep him there. Neathult coming around the corner, trying to buy some extra time. A triple stun off the Thorwall to buy your support time. And the snipes are just going to be good enough to put Hanaru down. And for all that effort, that's 1 kill now for Apex Empire. Looking for another one. Falling very low. Nike is just taken off the board by Kenny. And now 2 are gone for Win Lane lose game as Apex Empire punishes that aggression.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there. That is what they were doing, is punishing over aggression. and you can see the tail in the game state here. Like Win Lane, they're up 7-4, but they're up almost nothing in gold. They're getting kills, but they're not getting anything for the kills. And I've talked about it in a couple of different games, not necessarily this set, but with all the catch-up mechanics and XP gold spooling that go on in Smite, kills without a plan after kind of amount to nothing.
It really is hard to build leads and keep them right now. But that's not deterring win lane lose game. They're still trying for it as hard as they can. Even if Apex does have a good fight or two, steals an objective, they still got the Stygian Barrage, took down the left tier 1 tower with it. Unfortunately, that doesn't go into the tier 2, but they still get the extra gold and XP, and they still have a little bit of a lead, even if it's not much to speak about. This is what Win Lane wants. They're up 2-1 in a best of 5. They take this, they take the grand finals. They want to have that aggression. They want to put it down for good.
Yeah, they've got Oni coming up in about a minute. 30 seconds or so. That timer just started moving. Pyro's back up in about a minute. There's objectives coming up onto the map, and honestly, I think this Oni could be pretty big for whoever gets it.
Lincoln
here
from
we go
Wheelish
again.
Snipe coming from Rama under the tower Aegis to buy some time. Desert's Fury finds the kill. Getting the impel to keep the Ganesh away. Thor dunking in, taking the Rama away. But the Needle is good to take down SKG. But there goes Pony with another dunk in. And now FN7 caught between two. And only disaster awaits you. Double kill for Pony. And that is now 4 on the left side. They may not have ADC, but that Gold Fury is going to be theirs to pick up.
Yeah, great set of rotations from Win Lane here, and they're getting this Oni Fury for it. And I said a minute ago that I think this Oni Fury could be big for whoever gets it. The map state is kind of fragile right now. You've got a half health tower over there in the right lane. You just got the mid. There's a lot of potential to knock down towers right now. And in a game that's this close, any gold that you're getting going to all of your team is a huge deal.
It really is, and it looks like mid will be the next focus. Sentinel of Zeus coming in, and Kenny is just gone! Anaru picks up that kill, and now those Oni minions begin to pour down the lanes. Left tier 1 is gone, but the tier 1s in mid and right are still up. But Win Lane want that Pyromancer, and they are keeping Apex away from it. But that's the job of Colossus, and he's got 2 different people to try and keep away. It's up to Win Lane to try and burst it down quick. But the Pyro falling a little bit slower than they would like. They still managed to get it. Now going for the aggression. Double Thor dunk. Here it comes! 1, make it 2! Pony has the first. Dreams Falls, make it a double again! Pony is just terrorizing Apex.
My God, Jeering, I talked about this. I talked about this at the desk, and we're seeing it. That combo is obnoxious.
It's villainy.
I-
It's villainy.
Oh,
Pony's at it
speaking of villainy.
again. Taking Razzle out under the tier 2 tower. Now taking Kenny down under the tower. Not quite able to find the kill. He's trying to run away. Gonna wall that Wukong off. But now they're caught under the tower, taking a lot of damage. Pullback from a Wheelix. And Colossus will end up going down. Now Henry trying to escape. Neithel on its way. And the stun is inevitable. And Mufin picks up that for a killing spree as Apex turns it on their head.
Huge overextension from Win Lane there. That was probably the biggest overextension we've seen today. There was just no reason to dive. You got everything. You got kills. You got objectives. You got all of it. You got towers. There was no reason for that. Great re-engage from Apex there, though. They got it on the back end. Just beautifully done.
Apex really just, they've been thriving on taking advantage of every time Win Lane stays a little bit too long. It worked in game 1 to get them a pentakill for Kenny. Unfortunately, they ended up losing all of it just a minute later. Game 2, they had another miraculous defense, but still fell short of really just taking control of the game. But now, in game number 4, they're just letting them push up, but Win Lane forces the Aegis off of SKG, off the Wheelish ult, but here comes Neithel to get some extra damage, forces the beads out as well. Here comes the jump, but Ganesh is on his way. Dharmic Pillars now dropped the third ultimate for just one lonely ADC. No help from the rest of the team. Soul Laner gets here a little bit too late. And as Beacon is already being started, Neith gets dunked on once. Here comes the second one. Watch the sky raining down like hellfire. Bingus picks up another kill, and the Gold Fury about to spawn. Win Lane now turn their attention towards the left-hand side as two get caught by the Terra Dash, just continuing to be an absolute menace. Just getting in there. Here comes Nike with the double knockup. The Earth's Blessing from Terra finding more stuns. The damage is good, forcing Rama to pop the Aegis up into the sky to try and escape with the Astral Barrage, but that can only buy you so much time before you have to come back down. Terra has the kill. And again, Apex just cannot seem to get what they're looking for. Now Thor is here to try and help the fight as Wheelish rotates in to try and get the kill on the Nike, but barely manages to get it with the help of Dharmic Pillars, but Evan falls to Pony, unstoppable now, as Thor looks under the tower to get a single-digit HP Kenny down, but barely alive as Muffin for some reason up at mid-tier 2 by Phoenix. Meanwhile, Win Lane lose game just pushing down the left side, looking at taking out this left side tier 2 tower, and it ends up falling. Now the Gold Fury is just completely open.
Great fight there from Win Lane. And good job getting out. I feel like I should clarify about one of my previous comments. I said that I thought that was like the worst overextension we had seen today, and we have seen a lot of overextending. The reason that I mentioned that as possibly the worst was because there was so little to gain from it. Most of the overextensions we've seen happened around Titan sieges, or you're trying to end the game, you're trying to break the base. There was just nothing to be gained from that one. And now, moving forward a few minutes, they didn't overextend. They took their win, they got out, now they're getting this Primal Fury. Apex are getting the Pyromancer in return, but there may be a fight for fire here. Thor's in the air.
He's up in the air looking for the right time, doesn't find what he's looking for, decides to land back in safety. But Win Lane lose game have 5 gathered around this Fire Giant. They just took the Gold Fury. If they get the presence, it's 20.5 minutes in. They may just look for it, but coming in aggressive on the Neath. Here comes a lot of damage. Pony going up into the sky as another Thor, but may not look to go on that dive. Instead, opts to land in safety, and 2 big ultimates for Win Lane are going to be down for a few more seconds.
Yeah, both of the Thor ults there just kind of fizzled out. There wasn't the range for it, which is not something you get to say too often about a Thor ult, but it was just too far away. And Nike's got 3 around her now.
Popping the Sentinel Zeus early to try and soak up some of that damage as Terra races to the rescue. More are on their way. Here comes the Earth's Blessing, and this has completely turned on its head. Now 4v3, excuse me. Pony has Kenny down, looking to take out F7, finds the double kill, looking for more. Divine on the Morgan, looking for a little bit more damage. The Thor is in, killing spree for Bingus. Nike jumping in, does find the somersault cloud as Pony barely misses with that dunk, just out of time, as now Muffin trying to run away and buy some time. Win Lane lose game has 3 picks for none right now. and
This has
this
gotta
is
be a
their
call for fire.
oyster.
You
They are
gotta
going to
call.
walk towards that fire giant. They spot the Sun Wukong from the minions, but they don't seem too interested in him. They want the fire giant. Thor on the duty of keeping that Sun Wukong busy. They may have to turn around to drop him really quick. Nike has teleported back in. There is a Neith standing by, so they have to be cautious. The steal is possible, but Sun Wukong falling low. Fire Giant now down to 5,000 HP, falling even less. Neith is gone, had to leave. Sun Wukong nowhere near. Fire Giant for win lane.
Yeah, they're at 20-9 now, and the gold lead is now more significant. We're sitting in the 6-7K territory. They just got fire. They might have got him too.
Neith falling very low, not able to find it, but here comes a second dunk from Pony. Watch the sky, eyes up, doesn't find it, does find the Aegis, doesn't find the kill, finds the shutdown. There
Good
goes
heavens.
one. Tyrion Dreams does fall down. Mortal Colossus picks up one, but SKG is now in trouble. The overextend is real. Win lane have lost two. Double kill for Razzle, as now there goes the Nike falling very low. Tiger Stun is good. Kenny has a third in this fight, and Apex picks up a fourth. Triple kill for Razzle, and the win lane lose game overextend has come to bite them again.
I stand corrected. That one might have taken the cake. You just lost fire off of 4 members. Now, it's a 22-minute fire. Wasn't the biggest deal in the world, but that is such a momentum killer. Just anytime you've got this fire giant buff, you're pushing down, and you just get wiped. It kills any momentum that you had going up to that point, which Win Lane did have a lot of. There was a lot of momentum riding into that, and now that's just fizzled. Apex aren't that far behind. They can quite obviously still fight with Win Lane, even into them having a fire.
Fizzled and dissolved. All of that lead, all of that hard work, now down to only 2,000 or 3,000 in the gold lead. While Apex picks up the Primal Fury, Win Lane goes ahead, takes a Pyromancer. At least you can still trade objectives, but the amount of damage that has been done. Apex now has that finger hold. They very cleanly have a grip on that steering wheel. They may not have the driver's seat, but if you don't watch out, they could very well turn this game around.
They could, and you know, I mentioned a play like that being a momentum killer, but that's one of those plays that can kind of start living rent free in people's heads. Because you sit there and think to yourself, well, we couldn't fight them with fire. How do we fight them? Apex have the opportunity here. Now, fire is not coming back up for another minute and a half, 2 minutes. So that's off the board. Pyro, Gold Fury, all off the board. Really, the only thing to do here is get your farm, try and get some of these starter items completed. You're only missing a bluestone. And this next fight is going to be over fire, presumably. Now, if they can survive that double Thor combo, they can win the fight. The trick is getting that out and still having someone to do damage alive at the end of it. But they did a pretty good job of it on that overextension. If they can get those 2 big ults committed, that fight is in their favor.
Now, we've been talking a lot about who do we favor in comp-wise for late game, early game, but right now we get to see it actually playing out. Now that we've seen going into 26 minutes, how do these teams feel now that everybody's level 20?
Well, I think for win lane lose game, your real centerpiece is that Morrigan Thor combo.
because it's like I said on the desk. Usually, just from one Thor ult, you have to commit one or multiple relics, or you will die. And with two of them on the board, that makes it so much worse. But the caveat being, as we just saw, if that double Thorold combo doesn't actually kill anything, Apex just turn around and win the fight.
It really has been coming down to if they can survive that dive. Apex has very well turned a lot of fights on their head, not just this game, but this entire set. And now that Fire Giant has respawned, and we see Hinaro taking a lot of damage, Nike jumping in, Sentinel Zeus very early to try and survive. The Henry falling very low, gets picked up by the Rama. We see one up into the air. Here comes another. Watch out for the dunks. Here comes one not on the mark. A second one down. Not going to be fighting much there either, but Apex has turned it on its head. Thor falling very low, but it was not the real Thor. It was Pony with that invisibility would be able to escape as Kenny picks up Colossus. And Apex has 2 kills off of this fight for no deaths at all. And Apex has come out on top. Fire Giant on the menu.
Yeah, you definitely make that call for Fire here. You know every ult that has a potential to do anything about this is down. Thor, Morrigan, none of them have ult. On her can't step up by himself. Great call for the Fire here, and now they're going to take the Pyro and get a second bomb in pocket. They have the opportunity, especially now having 2 bombs. This isn't EFG, but they have 2 bombs in pocket. They have a really good shot to make a siege here and get a bird down. Not to mention, they are cleaning this jungle out of everything. All 3 major objectives on the map have simultaneously went down to Apex. They're now in the lead.
This really goes to show the resilience of Apex Empire. They went down 0-2 in a best of 5 and are now in the leading position for game number 4 after just coming off a solid victory in game 3. This is where that momentum really settles in for them. They've kept through all of this, head held high from start to finish, and now going on to the 30-minute mark of game 4 in grand finals. Apex Empire has the chance to send us to a game number 5, and it could very well come down to a single Fire Giant push. This isn't EFG like you said, but they certainly could knock down the towers, and with 2 runic bombs in hand, a Phoenix is very juicy.
Yeah, also very likely. You know, those bombs are one of, at least to me, one of the more interesting additions to Smite in the last couple of years here. They really give you options for teams that don't necessarily have the best siege attack to get in and still be able to siege, which Apex is running a double ADC. They don't have trouble taking Phoenixes out, but it is going to make it that much easier to do. But without this being EFG, they still have to wait for waves and have to play this carefully.
And as the minions get cleared out by Apex, another wave of theirs coming in shortly. Mid-wave is still pushed back a little bit. They have Thor against Sun Wukong over in the mid, but right side seems to be the priority. They don't care about that left tier 2 tower falling very low. But when they lose game, get a little bit of CC and decide to go in a little bit, get some damage onto the Rama, but that's still Fire Giant. Going for some snipes, getting some damage, just looking to poke them out a little bit. Finds a couple of hits, but not enough. But Apex biding their time, letting Fire Giant sustain them, keep them healthy. Win lane does not have the right opportunity to get in or do enough damage. And Apex, they're just stress testing right now. They have more than enough time to wait this out, see if they find the right opportunity. If they don't, they can clear another tower, empty out the jungle's pockets, take their wallet, their keys, everything. And right now, they have more than enough space.
Yeah, and that's really what they're doing, and that's the smart move here. You know you have an advantage, you know that you're a little bit ahead. Now, we are kind of getting into that point in the game and the builds where it doesn't matter anymore. There's only, so many times you can hit 20. Terra's almost there. Almost all players on the board at level 20. All starters are finished. Most of the builds are filled out with the exception of the supports. This is still pretty even. That FG buff is the biggest advantage that Apex had. Now that the game has evened back out, this next fire is EFG. And it looks like they're positioning and getting wards in place, getting ready for it, and maybe. Or not. Muffin was over there checking out the blue buff. We've got some wards going up. They're getting ready. They're getting
They've
ready
got
for it. They're going.
quite a few wards coming out from the support and jungle of win lane lose game, and they have a fair amount near fire, but that's not going to stop them from taking some damage or dealing some to move it in return. Somersault Cloud just in time to save his life. But that is a lot of safety now gone as win lane lose game sees him drop right back in and up down off of that, and Pony picks it up. Barely any damage to scratch win lane lose game. Fire Giant just spawning. This is disaster for Apex. Dropping a Raven Ward to try and scout out the area. See what is around. And the Fire Giant is just going to be started by win lane lose game. And Apex, down a member now without their solo laner, are going to have to find the right opportunity to go in. Blinking in, Kenny finds Bingus, taken off the map. Now looking for some damage. Dharmic Pillars is dropped. Here comes Pony into the Thor, looking up along with the Rama, staring at each other in the sky. Thor doesn't see the right opportunity, decides to get out. And without the jungle, win lane lose game has lost the confidence to go for that Fire Giant. And Muffin respawns first.
Yeah, he's up now. This EFG is going to be really, really big for whoever can get this, because like I mentioned a while ago, the levels, the builds, it's now pretty much evened out. So you need any advantage you can get, and this EFG buff is huge, and I don't think either of these teams let this go uncontested.
At this point in the game, you can't really afford to. All of them race right back to EFG. Almost 34.5 minutes in now. This is what could make or break as Apex decides to pick it up, forcing Win Lane to try and make a decision, but taking a lot of damage, moving falling very low. Dharmic Pillars to try and help him. Somersault Cloud for some extra safety and health. Here comes Terra's ult to try and get some extra damage. Desert's Fury does a little bit to the backline. Thordunk off the mark, but it was just Pony. You still have the real Thor if you need it. But going in, Muffin taking a lot of damage. A chase down from win lane, lose game. They have forced them away from the Fire Giant. They have time to back. Thor comes in with a dunk. Bingus has one. Make it two. Kenny is now gone with the help of Sentinel of Zeus. FN7 trying to run away, but caught by the walls. Trapped against the rock and the death place. SKG has another, and that is 3 gone for Apex Empire. They don't need the Fire Giant to take down that mere tier 2 tower in mid. They have time to back, reset, and come at fire again.
Yeah, they've got 40 seconds or so before Kenny and Rizzle even spawn. Colossus is over here on this EFG. This could be bad for Apex if they get this, which you have to assume they're going to. I mean, they're all running over to it. Anher's on the way. Should be about 10 seconds before anybody actually spawns when Anher starts getting up here to hit it. They should have this. Of course, we can't discount Axe of God or Wukong cudgels, but they should have it.
Wukong trying to get in close enough, steals it away! Has it with the cudgel! Bingus drops him in return! The Nevo was not enough to buy the time, and an act of God it was! An act of cudgel. Apex Empire with the steal, and it is absolute terror. Win lane lose game have to be absolutely fuming off of that steal, triple root off the Spirit Arrow, trying to go in on the mid Phoenix. 5 now barreling down, but they have respawned. 2 of them with fired EFG. Mid Phoenix going down. Kenny finds Colossus. You may have lost a bird, but winning the fight is just as important. Falling very low, SKG has to get out of there. Traded 1-for-1 solo laners for solo laner, but EFG for Apex Empire.
I'm gonna have to watch out. Somebody may order a hit on me if I caster's curse anybody worse than that.
Oh no.
That great play from Muffin there. And now they did get, oh, they're getting Terra. You know, they still got a bird out of that. They didn't get the EFG, but they still got a bird. You've still got people alive. You got Thor, you've got Morrigan, you've got On Her. You don't have any real front line, but you have a chance to make this defense.
They do have EFG on the Rama as well as the Neath. The 2 ADCs blinking in, Muffin goes in. Dharmic Pillars come out very quickly after. Double Thors in the air. Here comes one. Watch for this guy, but Kenny's already had Pony down. The number is out. Thor does not find anything. Kenny has 2. SKG is gone. Make it 3. Troll, Cam, Kenny for the triple. Titan exposed. Apex Empire in the throne room. Nothing in their way. Take it to game 5.
We're here. We're here, Jiring. It's been a long time since the word reverse sweep has had to come out of my mouth in a best of 5 set, but we're here. We're at the game 5. We now have to talk about it. It's a possibility. Apex has still got a whole other game to play.
We have the potential for a game 5 reverse sweep from Apex Empire. This is what you want. Grand Finals, the story to end out the season for Alfheim. This is where it's at.
This is those moments that you live for as a player, as a caster. It doesn't get bigger than a game 5 in a final set. It just doesn't get any better. As far as comps, as far as plays, both teams played a fairly solid game. Little bit of the overextension from win lane, you know, once or twice there, but overall a very solid game from both teams. Going into this game 5, you know, this I think is where you try and get your players on your comfort picks. You settle down, you focus up, and look to put this away.
This is really where it's at. Apex have the momentum. 2 games in a row now coming down from 0-2. Not only just the Rama coming in clutch to make things happen, but the whole team to make the dream. This is where the whole season comes to a crescendo. They have everything on the line, and they came back with it swinging. Game 3, they had a lead almost the entirety of the game. Game 4, there were definitely some questions out there, but they had answers. And now we have a game 5 for grand finals. What could be better than that?
I'd take a solid order of hot wings, but for the most part, a game 5 is about as good as it gets.
This is going to be the absolute climax. I want everybody to go get some drinks, get some snacks. This is going to be an incredible finish. We'll have a short break. You have time to go grab it. Gods and goddesses, join us one final time for the Alfheim Division Grand Finals. The picks and bans for game number 5. It is finally time. Coming off 2 straight victories, Apex Empire now with the momentum. Will they reverse sweep? Or will all come for naught? Will the broom be broken? It is time. Z-Tantalus, this could not be more exciting. Are you ready?
I am very, very ready. We're already off to a good start here on these picks and bans. Toth, Cthulhu, Odin. These guys are basically saying anything that has screwed us at any point in this set is going away. With the exception of Hachi, who has been banned every time. And because Hachi almost invariably turns into one of those gods that will screw you at some point in the set.
Mercury also being a particular priority. Getting rid of that Mercury has been a ban for Apex every single game, but Neath joining the top 3 bans this time from Win Lane. Sun Wukong being the first lock-in for Apex Empire once again. The Monkey King has come to show you exactly why he wears the crown. SKG with the on her. One final time for the night. This is game 5 where all comes to a close. This is it. There is no more games after this for the Alfheim division. Animosity Smite League has come to a close, but this will be the finale. Is there anything, Zitan, you can think of that would really kick it into gear for these teams?
Well, you have to imagine for Apex that you want to go back on this Rama. The Rama has performed very well. Rizzle has seemed very comfortable on it. I'd say he's hitting probably 75-80% of these snipes. Like, he's clearly comfortable on the god. It's performed well. I'd like to see it again. I would like to see some big mages being pulled out, though. If Apex decide to go back to this double hunter comp, your options are now kind of limited to AMC, Marty, or Uller.
I will leave standing no barrier.
I
to
think I
our
might like to
success.
see some mages. The Kukulkan's available. The Scylla's still available. Toth is off the board. And rightfully so. Pony
Your
played the
time
crap
has
out of
come.
it in that first game, and Apex has wanted nothing to do with it since. He's going back on this Morrigan. I don't hate it.
Pony was thriving with the Morrigan. The good news is Apex has gotten rid of that Thor. No double dunks for you, raining down like Agni bombs. Win Lane getting rid of Daji and the Naja. A lot of jungle bans being thrown out as the bottom 2. But looking at these top three, it feels exactly the same as the last game. How do you feel about these two comps so far?
So far, what we're seeing, at least in my mind, it's comfort. They're comfortable on these gods. They've performed well on these gods. Um, in my mind, I like the Terra, the Morrigan. I like the on her, but we've seen this before, and we've seen almost the same exact draft, and Apex ended up coming away with it. So if we're sticking with this same draft, my money's got to go on Apex. Although that
Whoa.
makes a little bit of a difference here.
This was what Bingus had game one, the Susano, the 14-1 menace. This really is the storm brewing, and it seems such a fitting way to end out this best of 5 with that Stormbringer, the Susano. There really is no better thing Bingus could be running. Such an impactful start in game 1. May have been helped along by those 2 early kills that really thrust it into that lead, but the amount of damage that we could see was just terrifying, and the Bastet as a response. That's not the choice I was expecting. What about you, Z-Dan?
Look into
Ah,
my eyes.
I like it. I do not have any issue with it. Medusa?
Whoa, now.
Hang on a minute. That you're not AMC or Marticarus. Well, or even a Chiron.
This
I'm-
does have
I'm a little
ability.
confused here, Jeering. I'm a little bit confused. I feel as if Marticarus, AMC, Chiron do a lot better at that ability mid than the Medusa. Not that Medusa can't do it. I feel like they do it better. Now maybe this is a comfort pick for tiering. There's tearing. Anybody else hate English and how multiple meaning words are spelled the exact same? Maybe this is a comfort pick for him. That's definitely a possibility.
It seems
Now's the
Dreams has been
time.
all about those kind of off-center picks the entire time in mid, relying on that Neath for 2 games in a row. Now with that band, switching to something a little bit different. The Medusa is still in the ADC. You have some decent wave clear off of that spit. But now Mortal Colossus once again getting that Nike. Such a problem for the backline. This may be exactly what Win Lane is looking for to get in there. Have the Nike get in there, distract Sentinel of Zeus to just eat everything and dish it back, and Susano to clean everything up. This really could just be what they were looking for to break the broom. But I'll ask, now that we've seen all of these picks except the Medusa and Bastet played before, the top 3 from last game almost the exact same. How do you feel about the full comps?
Now that the comps are full and we see the Susano and the Nike on the side of Win Lane, I have got to throw my hat in with Win Lane lose game. With this Medusa pick, now maybe tearing just comes out and shows me something that I haven't seen before, but I have a hard time imagining how this Medusa plays into a Susano Nike Terra.
The good news is that Medusa using the ticks from the 1 can spot that Morrigan out in the invisibility, and with the Petrify, Susano does not have base CC immunity in the kit. This could be beneficial for Dreams if it's played right, but there's only one way to find out. The picks and bans are complete. The Game 5 is now ready, and the Grand Finals will finally reach its end. It is time. One more game, Z10. Let us get this bread.
Uno mas, baby. Uno mas. Apex are coming into this with a lot of momentum. They've gotten the last 2 games, and they're in that reverse sweep position, and there's it hits different. It hits very different. I've only been in that situation myself once, but it hits different. I don't know another way to put it. These guys are riding a serious high right now. I would expect to see Apex to come out swinging here. Now, Win Lane have a comp put together that can also come out swinging right alongside them.
Both of these teams really have the potential to just throw all of it out the window and just say, this is our time to shine. Nike and Susano getting in the backline compared to moving along with that Bastet to help the Sun Wukong. That's something we haven't really seen. We have seen a little bit of the Sun Wukong, and that can buy a lot of time. But Bastet with the ability to just yoink someone out of position could be danger. But Kenny falling very low, trapped under the tower. Dreams has the first blood. Bingus pays for the aggression, and disaster strikes when you almost had the kill.
All an ambulance, but not for him. Oh man. That was just unfortunate. That Medusa root, it killed him. It just killed him. He almost had that first blood, and just, oh man. Unbelievable. Apex get the first blood. They're gonna get a small gold lead out of that. But more importantly, you have put that first death onto the Susano that went 14-1 on you in your game 1. That's gotta feel good.
That early shutdown on the Susano, keeping him behind from early, is going to be a colossal start to this Game 5. Apex Empire was at the mercy of Susano Game 1. But to have him down early, this could be their ticket to victory.
It very well could be. Now we're 2.5 minutes in, and we've seen some. We're seeing another gank.
Bastet goes in with the blink, has the kill. Colossus falls. That is a kill and an assist for Kenny very early, but Mufin still has to be very cautious. Susano has that blink, and Mufin is very, very low. But with the safety of Tower, looks like you'll be safe.
Safe, and now 2 kills in pocket for Apex Empire. And I mentioned a few minutes ago that I expect them to come out swinging, and that's exactly what they've done so far. The first blood they got on the Susano, and the second has went. I'm so sorry. I have just completely lost my train of thought. Either way, we've got a 1,200 gold lead at 3.5 minutes for Apex Empire. It's a pretty significant gold lead for 3.5 minutes in. Gonna have to see if they can push it.
This is a fantastic start that Apex could only have dreamed of, given that they're facing that pesky Susano, that Morrigan, that Win Lane has been dominant with so far. It's just been such a massive problem. But to put them behind early, Apex has the start. This is what it looked like in Game 3. They took it handily. a lead from start to finish. If you want the reverse sweep, this is exactly what Apex is looking for. Muffin still has to be very cautious, though. Colossus does have quite a bit of damage, and it is to be respected still. But with Bastet in the area, this could turn out just like last time. A nice kill for the Sun Wukong and Bastet. Meanwhile, Sentinel Zeus already popped Somersault Cloud for the safety. Nike goes down again without the tier 3 Jotun's Wrath. Apex Empire now 3 kills on the board.
Yeah, and 2 of those going on to the solo laner, which Colossus and Muffin in all of these games so far have been major players. They've been almost fundamental in the team fights and wins for both of these teams. Colossus has been putting out massive damage every game. So has Muffin. This opportunity to keep one of them down, Apex are executing it, and Nike's down a level. Wukong's got this Jotun's Wrath online already. Nike still doesn't have an item done.
Medusa's in trouble, but the dash to safety is good under tower. Watch out! Not able to pluck. Pony does use the changeling. Turns into the Bastet, but not able to get anything out of it. Not even a beads. And Medusa continues to live, but watch out. There goes the beads now. There goes the Typhoon. A lot of damage under tower, but not a kill. Medusa still is alive.
Close, very close. Now, right there is one of my questions about this Apex draft, because we're still very early in the game right now. There is no one-shot potential or anything like that on that Medusa. But as we move later in the game, that kind of lack of mobility, he's going to have to be very careful about his positioning on this Medusa, or what just happened to him happens again post 15 minutes. He's just going to be dead.
Stepping up even just a little bit too far has been a very common theme so far this set. Win lane, lose game has overextended a little bit and lost a lot of fights this set. And Apex is not immune to it either. Terra seems to be on the docket right now, though. Dharmic Pillar's already popped. Rama getting some good damage in, looking for a little bit of help. Pillar from the Anhur to slow them down. Buys a lot of time with Susano around the back. Able to get in. Impale from Anhur into the wall. FN7 taking a lot of damage. Pulled back. Dash is caught! Bingus has it! Desert's Fury helps to find the kill, and that is going to be the first kill for win lane, lose game in game number 5.
And it went on to the Susano, nonetheless. Kenny jumping in for a second here to try and contest these mid-neutrals, but that kill going on to the Susano, you needed that. You needed that really bad. Susano had such an impactful performance in the game 1, and you want to get him to that level again, to that position again, to be able to do it again. Right now, map state is fairly even. The gold difference is about 1,500. It's not anything wild yet. The biggest differential right now is a level in solo and support. Not a big deal at all. We've still got 3.5 minutes before this first beacon's going to spawn. That's where I'm kind of expecting the first major scrap to occur at.
As of right now, it seems the main contention is going to be those mid harpies. We do see the Bastet ult come out, but not a whole lot off of it. But on the backside, Dharmic Pillars, Pony falling very low. Rama Snipes coming around. Watch out! Transform not good. Kenny has the kill. Killing spree for the Bastet jungle. And this pick out of nowhere is on top of it. And Honor is not immune either. Gold Fury already being looked at. Bastet blinking in to make sure you stay under tower. Win Lane trying to make the rotation over from mid. Susano trying to bide his time. Ultimate is available for both. Just waiting for the right time, trying to find it. Apex has it, looking for the kills now though. Evan 7 falling very low, dashes away with the help of Medusa, but there goes Desert's Fury. SKG has one. Look out, here comes the jump in, not able to find the impale. Stun from Muffin is good, Somersault Cloud buys time, and only the support gets picked. Gold Fury goes to Apex.
Absolutely, during 9.5 minutes in, I will trade my support for a Gold Fury every single day of the week.
But Bingus might be caught out. Here comes the jungle. Gotta watch out for the Bastet. Here comes the Huntress of Bast. Not quite able to find the stun. Susano teleports away and is able to make an escape. Does manage to bait out an ultimate along the way.
Yeah, so far, so good for Apex Empire. Gold leads, not crazy. We're in the 2K territory, but still a very good lead, and they've managed to keep this Susano in check. They've managed to keep this Morrigan in check. Onher's really the only one with a lead. XP's really close right now, and that differential's pretty much just one small area. Gold lead's still pretty negligible. This is an even game.
Despite the early lead that Apex was building up, they still have a little bit of a gold lead, but right now it's not too much to be considering anything. But watch out, here comes Pony taking a lot of damage, transforms into Bastet, but here comes the Dharmic Pillars, taking a lot of damage though, Dream Spawn very low, gotta watch out, dashing from Terra, ult comes out, here comes Pony, finds the kill, Dream falls down. Pony now trying to escape from FM7 with Kenny along the way. Here come the cooldowns, finds the silence, looking for some damage under the tower, but stun is good. Kenny taking a lot of damage under tower, falls to it. Pony falls to FM7, finds the kill on the Ganesh. Solo kill and solo. Colossus goes down to Muffin, but here comes Typhoon. FM7 falling very low, gets stunned underneath the tower, trying to find the help from the Rama, but they can't secure the kill under the tower, and Rama is there, a little bit too dangerous for them to dive, and they will just have to take the kill and leave.
I love to see a Ganesh kill. There's nothing more satisfying in this game than to see Ganesh get him a stat in that first slot. We love to see that. Beacon's up now. Hanaru's on it, but he's backing. Apex may just get this for free.
You have the Bastet nearby, you have the mid and support already there. The enemy mid is nearby, but it does not look like much of a contest at all, and it was more just a suggestion. Bastet going on to the left side, goes in with the blink, waiting to bait out the dash. There it goes, trying to find some damage under tower. Impale into the wall, watch out! This already happened to you, Kenny, once. Here come the snipes from Rama, looking for the damage. Aegis is good to immune it. Rama will not find the kill. Desert's Fury almost picks it up. And that will be a survival for SKG. And no elephant in the room will be able to stop him.
Great rotation from Kenny there. You didn't pick up a kill, but you picked up an ult and a very big relic, and Susano may be picking up more. No.
Susano not able to find the pull though, gonna have to back off. But for now, Apex has done the damage, and Win Lane knows they need more people there if they want to take the fight.
Yeah, this gold lead, we talked about it a minute ago, and it really hasn't changed since then. It's about 1,000 right now. It just doesn't matter at this point right now. One of these teams are going to have to actually get a couple of picks and get a couple of these objectives in their pocket to make it anything significant. And they're not leaving anything uncontested here. These guys are rotating around, they're moving, and so is Pony.
Sun Wukong looking for the kill in solo, once again transforming into the Bastet, finds the ultimate, does a lot of damage. Somersault Cloud, not an option, moving. back to the grave. Gold Fury already started. Oni Fury this time. Apex Empire has it down under half. Down to quarter. Dharmic Pillar is already going down. But here comes the rotation. Winlane steals it away. Pony has won. Looking for more. Daring Dreams falls down. Pony for the double. Rama trying to go into the air to survive. SKG falling very low. Watch out for the snipes, but just to his grave. Triple kill.
They got the Gold Fury. They got 4 kills on the back of it. They're moving towards the mid lane right now. I assume they're going for the mid tower and then over to this pyro, because it's all free right now. It's all completely free. You've still got the other 4 on Apex are just now respawning. They've got these Oni waves pushing down. They can get this pyro for free. And what was 1,000 gold lead for Apex is, Bastet and on her going at it.
It seems like it will be the Bastet getting the better of the Anhru, who's up in levels. Single digits left in the minions! The Oni minions have done it! They won the fight where SKG could not secure the kill, and Oni minions claim the life of Kenny.
Minions! No! Oh, yeah. PvE deaths are always funny. So, Win Lane have got a little over a 3,000 gold lead right now. And so that means there's a 4,000 gold movement in the last 3 or 4 minutes here for Win Lane. I was mentioning that one of these teams needed to get some kills, needed to get a couple of objectives to kind of start to break this away, and they've done it. They did just that.
Sun Wukong taking a lot of damage as now 3 rotating over to solo lane. FN7 taking a little bit of poke. Dharmic Pillars come out early to buy some time, get some damage. Sentinel of Zeus to slow them down. Somersault Cloud to try and buy some safety. Wait for the rest of the team. Hunter Sebast dealing some damage. Brings Bingus back in, but triple root from Terra. Up into the sky looking for the snipes. Razzle Dazzle looking for some damage. Finds a little, but not enough. But there goes Colossus. Mufin has won, and Apex Empire have turned that gank on its head.
Yeah, unfortunately for Apex, that kill is really about the only thing you can get right now. I mean, you've got a T1 tower low in the left side. You know, you might look to siege mid, but oh no.
A lot of damage now. Bastet falling very low. Gotta watch out. Pony is around the corner. Does not have the ultimate, but does have a fair amount of damage, and they will respect it. Gold Fury still a minute away. They don't have time to pull an objective just yet.
Yeah, they're gonna get a tower here in the right lane for Apex. That's gonna mitigate that gold loss a little bit. Beacon just came back up, and Win Lane are in range for it, and they've got 4 there. I don't think Apex can contest this. This Beacon should take down the tower and right. Unfortunately, they won't get any gold from it because it did that. But that was such good timing for Win Lane as far as kind of getting beaten out. Oh.
But not good timing. Colossus caught out Sentinel Zeus very early to try and get away. Will be successful, but with Gold Fury in 10, you do not want to be losing members here when that objective is sure to be contested.
Yeah, they're placing wards in the vicinity right now, and presumably it's going to look to be pulled very soon. Apex are trying to get their farm up here, trying to make sure that they can get some more of these items online. The gold lead isn't really catastrophic or anything at this point. 2,500, 3,000, it's not that big of a deal. They can still fight. They can still contest these things. Looks like one of them's taking a back, though. Win Lane could look to just move over and pull this. Looks like they're going for oracles.
Well, we have the extra moment. Do you see anything strange on the builds? Anything that really catches your eye so far?
Nothing too out of the way. Wukong's went for this Archdruid's Fury, which I really like. Archdruid's Fury is a very solid all-around item. Uh, you get some extra damage from it. You get both procs, you get health, you get MP5, all boxes checked other than cooldown. But other than that, nothing really out of the way. Pretty standard builds. Nike went with a Soul Eater. Not something you really think of as an item for Nike.
Not the most traditional item for a Nike. It is a little bit of sustain and some extra damage along with that Glad Shield. But maybe it will be enough to really slow down that Medusa and Rama. Gold Fury still on the map, 20 minutes in, but win lane, lose game. Have 5 members there, but it seems Apex just does not know. Nobody in the area, and with the ward coverage, they burn it down. Win lane takes the Gold Fury, takes the money, and runs.
It runs potentially right over to the Pyro too. They're now getting a lot of objectives, and this is where, if you're Apex, you've got to start to worry about this. The lead isn't wild yet, but if you keep losing these objectives to them, it's going to be fast.
And it seems they do recognize the pull has started and are able to push win lane off of it, not willing to risk that Pyromancer 50-50 right now. And it seems win lane, despite having numbers advantage in that side of the jungle, Rama's just going to let that tower go to minions, get some extra farm. Win lane, they know Rama isn't there. They're going to go for that objective. Pyro now under half HP, down to quarter, looking to secure it. They get it for free. Apex not able to get anything out of it. And that is just going to be a nice objective for win lane, their second Runic Bomb in pocket.
Yeah, they're sitting around the 4K territory right now, 3,700. This still isn't too bad for Apex, but it's like I was talking about a minute ago. They're going to have to respond. That's now all major objectives other than fire going in the pocket of win lane for the last 2 spawns of them. And now win lane are sniffing around this fire.
They recognize the other team is there. Apex steps up to try and clear them away from it, but they're going to get some damage onto Colossus. Does have that Midgard mail now to slow down those pesky ADCs. 3 physical defense items with a Soul Eater. Not worried about Ganesh at all. And it seems that magical damage from Ganesh being its lone application is just not enough to convince him. But Bastet might be caught out. Nike jumping in, gets some damage, but Ganesh there to help heal. Desert's Fury gets some damage, but here comes the rest of Apex Empire returning quite a lot of damage. Nike forced into Sentinel of Zeus, trying to run away, but Dreams caught out, gets stunned away. Aegis forced. There goes the damage. Has to run away now. Rama looking for some snipes to try and secure. SKG goes down. Finds one, the first of this fight. Apex Empire now chasing them down. Low HP on win lane as they try to get to the safety of Tier 1 Tower. But they are just continuing to dive. Double kill for Razzle. Tower is not safe, and neither are you. They have to leave. Tower goes down. Beacon falls. And Apex takes the fight.
Apex takes the fight, Apex takes the beacon, Apex takes the mid tower. This is some oh, maybe they don't take the beacon.
Gonna leave it, letting the Susano try and slow down the roll in favor of getting the kill onto Colossus. Barely able to run away. Bingus bought some time, but not enough. And the Nike will live for now. The wards around Fire Giant have already started en masse. And it looks like Apex knows exactly what they want.
Yeah, they're looking at this fire now. There are were two members down for win lane. I don't think I would have made a call to pull fire there at this phase in the game. That's a bit ballsy, and Win Lane could have definitely gotten over in time to contest it. So I like the call to back. This is not the time for super risky calls that could, throw your game. You're in the game 5 of the finals. You're looking down the barrel of a reverse sweep. Now is the time for smart calls. I really like what they're doing here.
It seems both teams are really favoring hovering that fire giant. Everybody is warding it like nobody's business, and they're just continuing to sit there despite all tier 2 towers still standing. No tier 1s on the map. They all continue to rush back to the fire giant. This really is going to be the objective that just decides this match. We saw how it could just be a bad end call, could lead to disaster. We've seen how staying just a little bit too long can end the game, with or without Fire Giant. But Dharmic Pillars coming out to save the Rama returns a little bit of damage, but Win Lane lose game. They got a little bit out of it, dealt some damage, got a beads, didn't have to burn anything. That seems to be all they needed. Pyromancer may be next.
Yeah, this gold lead is back to around 2K, a little under. Like, this game is so close. I keep emphasizing that, but it is just neck and neck. It's 9-9. Colossus is in
Colossus
trouble.
going down, already quarter HP. Sentinel Zeus to escape. Falls very low. Rama looking for this nice. Biggest has Kenny down. First one to fall as Colossus continues to survive, moving around the back, trying to find the kill, but Susano knocking them up. Almost has one. Dreams takes him out. Pony has Razzle. SK has Muffin. And now 4 down. Pony on the double. It's just FN7. Dharmic Pillars dropped, trying to escape now. It's just the elephant left alive. 1 for 4. Win Lane has taken this fight, and the objective is next on their mind.
They're gonna get this fire. There is no world where this one gets stolen away, and I'm pretty confident in saying that, especially given that Ganesh is going to be on the other side of the map, unless simultaneous players fall out of their chairs. This fire's going down to Win Lane. Colossus picking up FN7. Honoru almost died.
Fire
They
Giant
got it.
almost with the second NPC kill of the day, but it will not be. Deicide for Win Lane and Fire Giant on all 4 except Susano, who had just respawned.
Not the biggest deal in the world. Of course, optimally, you would always like the power buff in the region, but you've got it on her. You've got it on Morrigan, who hasn't built into a Polynomicon yet, and it looks like she's going to go for a Magai's cloak instead, which, fair enough. There's a solid bit of CC over on the side of Apex, and you can't do damage if you're dead. So that Magai's cloak is probably a pretty good pickup here. Gonna have to see what Win Lane decide to do with this. All 3 towers in the T2 are still up, so they've got plenty to go after here. There's a Primal Fury on their way. They may look to pull that as well. This could be a lot of gold very fast. But
With towers still on the map, it'd be really hard for Win Lane to try and go for an end call like they did in game 1. But they still have an early Fire Giant. They can take objectives off the map. And Primal Fury seems exactly what they wanted. Apex Empire now going to be forced to turtle up, try and defend the base as they have done before. But this time, the stakes could not be higher right now. You may have towers up, but this is game 5 of Grand Finals. This is where everything is at. If you lose this, that's the end of the season, and Apex is not willing to give it up.
no, and I like their call to put up a soft defense here. I like their positioning for it. They know they can fight these guys. The game is that even. The gold's a little swayed here recently, but they're still capable of this defense. Gonna want to give it up now, but that's a tower. They can defend this bird.
The tower may be gone, but the Phoenix is alive for now. Fire Giant on all four. Susano's trying to split push in mid. Bastet is distracted over mid, trying to defend against that Susano, waiting for the minions to step in. Win Lane has a little bit more time on Fire Giant, waiting for the right moment to go in. Nike blinking in, Sentinel Zeus to start it off. Dharmic Pillars to try and slow them down, but the roots come out. Mother Earth's Blessing to try and slow down Apex Empire finds a lot of damage. Hunters of Bast takes out Colossus. That's one down. Desert's Fury for damage. Not enough to find the kill. And the base survives.
The base survives, so does the Rama ultimate. Everything else was committed on that. 2 ults remaining on the board after that engagement. Rama still got it, and Susano still has his. Everything else got committed. Terra still had a bomb in pocket, but wisely kept that to herself because they didn't do enough damage to that bird for that bomb to get it. Great defense from Apex there, and that right there is what I was talking about. They can defend this. We've seen some nuts defenses in the previous 4 games here. Despite the gold differential going up to Win Lane, I still look at this as a fairly even game.
It's still anybody's game. That gold difference is starting to mean a lot less as builds get finished. And right now, with all that XP just being evened out, it really does not make as much difference. The only thing left to buy is wards and 3 K-pots, as your relics can naturally upgrade themselves. And now, as EFG is going to be the next one to spawn in less than a minute. This is going to be where everybody meets together. They've danced around the Fire Giant for so long already, but now this could be the end. Apex has 1 tower left alive. An EFG for Win Lane could just be it. They've had some fantastic defense, but it would be nice to see them on that aggression as they were in Game 3. How do you think they can really find the right opportunity to get that?
Well, you always have the option to send Mufin in and let him try his luck with the Wukong Cudgel again. Kenny.
Kenny getting caught out, taking a lot of damage. Pony has it. Transform will be used to make sure that kill is secured, but it will all be worth it for that EFG. That's a lot of space now that Apex Empire will not have. Win Lane already picking up the Fire Giant. It's been started. It's lost a quarter HP. They're not able to step up close enough. Ganesh not able to get anywhere near Rama, looking for the snipes. Gonna drop a little bit of damage on the Susano instead. Not able to go for the Fire Giant. They can't step up. Win Lane has the EFG around all 5 members.
That is a big, big buff right now. Phoenix didn't get cracked on the last attempt, but now that we've got the EFG, that's going to be a different story. They have 2 bombs in pocket. EFG, this bird is toast.
All they gotta do is step in, but Dharmic Pillars keeps him from doing that somersault cloud to buy some time. Typhoon has 1, but goes down to Kenny. Bird is still alive at half HP, looking to try and find the kill. Burning it down on her does the job, but falling very, very low. Win Lane will have to back up. They traded jungle for mid, but they have a lot of damage on Apex as well. Sentinel of Zeus to buy some time as Colossus lets the team get out, and Win Lane will take the bird and leave.
They got the Phoenix. That was the objective there, and this time they didn't press their luck. They went into that with the objective being, we want this Phoenix, and as soon as they got it, They disengaged, only lost one person for it, got out. Great plays from Win Lane here, and I like the caution. We've seen too many times in this set on both sides just getting a little too ballsy on a call, and it's just been disaster. So love to see them not making that mistake again. They've backed, they've finished out builds, they've still got the CFG around their belt, and now they're taking the Oni.
Going straight for the Oni Fury makes sense. Get those Oni Fire minions pouring down the side. Looking for the snipes. Apex has it! Razzle does it again with the steal on the Rama. Absolutely unbelievable.
Once you call it luck, twice maybe even a fluke, but like these guys are taking objectives from Win Lane, and I do think a big part of that is that there's no real secure for either side here, so that Rama ult might be about the best secure on the map.
You still have the Desert's Fury, you have the Typhoon from Susano, but they just opted not to use it. They thought they had it clearly, and with EFG barreling down the left side now, 2 in mid, it's a 3-2 split. Ganesh here to slow down Win Lane, and they just cannot seem to find the right opportunity. Terra tries to step in, buy some extra time. They get a little chip damage, but not enough. Ganesh is eating a little bit of it, but they're not able to find the kills. Now, as Apex Empire continues to defend the base, Bastet falling a little bit low, but so is Bingus. Bird in mid, a little bit less than half, falling on left, is already gone down. Win Lane has it, but they lost a lot of HP for it. Trying to get in, Razzle has one! Looking for the Desert Fury, SK finds FN7. Not able to find the Huntress of Fast off the transformation. Pony will be backing off. They have one bird, but here come the snipes. Watch out, one is good. Looking for the second, finds it!
Oh my
Has
God.
the double kill! Typhoon beats and Aegis to run away. Moving has 3! Bingus is gone. Pony finds Razzle. Somersault Cloud finds the double. 4 gone. Kenny falls to Colossus, and it's 1-on-2. Colossus trying to survive against the solo in mid, but it's just Sun Wukong and a low HP. Dash is stopped by the minions on green buff spawning as the fire minions continue to pour down the right side. Nike can get away.
Quite a lot of time before Win Lane are going to be spawning. Realistically, Apex should be able to get this right bird back up. Now, the gold lead looks way out of hand, and in this case, builds are evened out. Except for Ganesh. Ganesh still is lacking a 5th item, and it looks like he might be going into Relic Dagger. Good. Oh no.
The Phoenix falls. Dharmic Pillars was not in time. Nobody saved the right Phoenix, and Apex Empire loses the solo bird one more time. Right before EFG spawns again.
I feel like every time I say something, the opposite of it happens.
The caster curse.
I'm gonna have to write formal apologies to both of these teams. This is getting wild here. That right bird goes down, so Apex are going to be hard pressed to defend this, and Ganesh might be caught out, but he's out of there. This is going to be very hard to defend for Apex. Wukong is pushing waves in left. He's backing now. Probably going to use that teleport to get back over here, but this EFG, this could be the one.
This could just be the last objective pulled this game. Only the Titan remains for Apex Empire. A lone mid bird has nothing left to protect it. Titan lost a fair chunk of its HP, and Win Lane has the presence. They have the momentum. Sun Wukong over in mid. The team is a little bit split. They're just waiting to find the pick before they go for that Fire Giant. And a stun onto Colossus may be what Empire was looking for, getting some damage. Hunter Sebast off the mark, gonna force the beads off of Kenny very early. Lose game, but no, not this time. They are determined to win this game. Win the lane, win the game. That is what they're looking for, but they just need a little more time.
Yeah, minions are pushing down left, and unless they want a repeat of what happened in the right lane not too long ago, they're gonna have to send somebody over to it. It looks like it's Bastet that's going to get over there. Win lane, this is their opportunity to pull this fire. This is where they pull it. They know someone has to be over there. You've got the 4-on-5 advantage. Somebody needs to watch this damn Rama.
Now down to half HP, already less than half, gone to quarter, falling lower. EFG goes down, and it will be on win lane. Rama's not able to steal it. No kills will be picked up on the backside, but win lane has EFG. One bird already down. This could be their time.
It very, very well could be. It could be their time, but we've seen it before. This is not the first siege we have seen from Win Lane, and Apex, I don't even know at this point. I think it's a combination. The earlier games, there was some overextension on these sieges, and also I think Apex had been making really, really good defenses at the same time. Ganesh opted for this Winged Blade over the Relic Dagger, which is a pickup that I really, really like here. It helps you mitigate that Nike ult. It helps you mitigate that on her pillar. It brings a lot of utility for your team. But this is going to be it. This is going to be the fight. They're pushing down. Apex needs to defend. Here we go.
It has begun. Medusa all the way in the right lane, blinking from Colossus to start it out. Bird is already quarter HP. SK has one, but here comes another. Colossus goes down to Kenny, looking for this nice bigot too. Pony's gone down. They're trying to go in. Bingus has another on to kill, but the Phoenix survives 2 for 2, and the base will survive. Watch out for the minions. They may just take that bird once again, and it looks like they're going right for it. But Dazzle is there, not in time. Bird goes down and right again. This time Medusa and Ganesh left to survive on left for a moment more. But Win Lane is not able to take down the bird once. They may just have to reset and take another crack at it.
42 and a half minutes we are into this game. That is the second or third EFG we've seen. This is nuts. This is absolutely nuts. Apex just continue to defy Win Lane no matter what they do. They're marching down, bombs in hand, EFG on the belt, and Apex are just denying them.
This is really just an immovable object trying to stop the unstoppable force. This is a clash of titans in Game 5 Grand Finals. No matter how many times Win Lane tries to get through the base defense, Apex has been there to stop them. Another runic bomb in the pocket for Win Lane. It may not even matter. They've won so many fights on the base defense. They kept the left bird up, the right only falling the past 2 times to minions. This really is everything Apex is, just keeping the game alive.
Well, the good news for Apex here is that provided none of these other Phoenixes fall, the right bird being down does offer you the capability to legitimately put a defense on this next EFG. what you've got to do right now is keep these minion waves cleared off, and do not let any of those. Don't let that on her who still has EFG anywhere near your birds, and that's what Apex have been doing so well. Unfortunate they weren't able to keep that right bird up, but these defenses that they are mounting, the damage that is coming off of these double ADCs, we saw it when Nike tried to engage. Ganesh grabbed, knocked her up, and under 2 seconds, her health pool just evaporated. And that's what you get with these double ADC comps. We got a couple of seconds now before this EFG spawning back up, and they're both grouping on it. Apex have the waves pushed. They're gonna make a congestion of this, and with builds the way they are, how far we are into this game, anybody, regardless of which team, loses 2 or 3 members here at this fight, the game's over.
This is really the climax of it all. Like you said, any amount of picks could spell absolute disaster in game number 5. And right now, both teams are looking at this Fire Giant. They're ready. They're prepared to fight for their lives here. But right now, Win Lane has had a lot of momentum, but they just can't crack the base. What do you think Apex is looking for to get that go button, to finally find their chance?
Well, I think you start with, you want to get a pick on either this Susano or the Morgan. They're both playing very, very well. Nike is the only one ahead of them on their team. Anher's right there with them, but Morgan has that transformation capability. Susano has massive AoE and the ability to stick to your backline. I think you want to make one of them dead immediately, just off the rip in this engagement. Commit what you need to it. You've got double ADCs, and the nice thing about that comp is that you can afford to play a little more loosely around it, because even if you lose one of them in the congestion fight for the EFG, if you get a few picks and kills, you've still got another ADC sitting there capable of DPSing the fire. So they have a lot of flexibility on how they want to do this, and the dance is happening, they're grouping, we're getting ready to go.
It is time once more for the EFG dance. Both teams now in force. All the Phoenixes have respawned for Apex Empire. They have the time. The Fire Giant has been pulled. Win Lane will start it off. Apex now up to them to go in and stop them from pulling the Fire Giant. Rama going up into the air very early, beautifully baiting out that ultimate, but doing so much damage to SK, dropping the on her to half HP already from the snipes. This is what Apex was waiting for. They have a lot of space to work with now. With that low HP bar, Colossus taking some damage now too. Looking to go in. Evan 7 getting aggressive. Gets in very deep, but not taking too much damage for it. Huntress Bass off the mark. Not able to find it, but Empire able to get to the Fire Giant. They may not have any picks, so they want the Pyromancer instead for safety. They don't want to risk too much. Bingus looking to wrap around the side. Blinken coming out. Here comes Sentinel Zeus, but not able to find it. Winlane takes the Pyromancer, but Bingus has Razzle. That's one falling down. Apex Empire falling low, trying to escape. Moving, running away from 3. Dreams has Bingus on the backside, 1-for-1 so far, but Mufin getting chased by 3, trying to escape. Gets them down to half HP, but that on her is chunking, dashing in, trying to find the impale, not able to find the kill, barely surviving as Apex Empire makes it away. They lose their ADC for the enemy jungle, but Winlane does not have enough HP yet to take the Fire Giant, and their jungle spawns second.
Correction, Jeering, they lost a ADC. They still have the other one.
they still are able to mount this defense when Laner backing this. This has been stalled out. Rama went down. Susano went down. We're going to wait for these guys to be back up, and we're going to do it all over again. You look at these damage boards, it's pretty even across. Rama's sitting at the 36k territory. Medusa's probably the biggest question mark there, but at full build, any hunter is dangerous. So moving into this next fight, they tried it once, and everything got expended. They tried their best to kill each other, and it didn't come away with too much. So I would expect to see maybe a different type of engagement going into this next fight. It's dealer's choice.
The stage is set once again. No pyromancer on the map this time for them to stall out the objective. It's just them and EFG. Apex Empire, win lane, lose game. Game 5 of Grand Finals. It looks like Win Lane want to start the Fire Giant once again. And it'll be up to Apex Empire to step in and stop them. But right now, they recognize without any picks, taking that objective is going to be a nightmare. You take too much damage from leashing it, and they just want the picks first, waiting for the other side to step out of position. This is just going to be a test of endurance and see who can sustain the longest.
This is a 51-minute game 5. This is everything you can ask for out of a finals match. Both of these teams are playing so well and so close. Waiting to see who's going to make that first move. They're playing so carefully. You'd almost think that the set was on the line and that this was finals or something.
You might even think that this was a big and important game for them. Apex Empire get a little bit of chip damage onto Colossus, but blinking in, moving. There goes Huntress Abbas, taking a lot of damage to support, falling low. But so is Apex Empire, up for the snipes, looking to find the kill. Kenny is the first to fall. But now Colossus trying to look for more, zoning out the backline. Blinking from the Susano falls very low. SK has one. Bingus has another. Looking to find the kill on the Dazzle. Can't quite do it. Nike finds the double. Razzle ends up falling. FN goes down to Pony. Decide. Win lane. Win the game. Win the set. There is nothing left to stop them. Only the mid bird to slow them down. This set is all theirs. Taking the grand finals in game 5.
1, 2, 3. It's done. They're out. 5 hours in. Win lane, come away with it. Apex not quite on the reverse sweep, but after putting up a 53-minute game 5, they gave it their best. They gave it their absolute best. This was just a hell of a set.
This was truly a set to go down in the record books. Not only going to game 5, almost the reverse sweep, ends with the broken broom, and a truly even fight for so long of it. Both sides putting up everything they have and more. There was not an inch of ground either team got that was not worked for with sweat and blood. An absolute masterclass of a Smite set.
I couldn't put it any better. We talked about it so many times. You don't always get to see finals sets like this. You don't get to see them go the distance, go to that full 5 games, just super close. But this was a spectacular set. pleasure to cast, pleasure to watch. Both of these teams played so well.
This was truly a Herculean effort from both sides. Apex almost coming back with that reverse sweep off of such a massive amount of momentum. They just could not secure it. But there is some good. After all of that effort, we have the victors. Win Lane. This time, they won the game. They take the set. Grand finals. Congratulations to them for taking the crown in the Alfheim division finals. This has been truly an incredible effort for them. And after all of that hard-earned victory, that is the number 1 seeded team taking the crown against the number 2 seed in what I can only describe as well friggin' fought. And to back all of that up, also have an interview with one of the players from the side of Win Lane Lose Game. Stick around for that. We will be back in just a moment for that.
Alrighty, well, a fine hello to everyone out there. I am Cabbage. I ran production for the set you just watched today, and I have here an interview with the solo laner for Win Lane Lose Game, Mortal Colossus. How you doing tonight?
I'm chilling.
Very glad to hear it. I guess chilling and resting on your very sizable pile of gems as well after the win here. How'd you feel about the win? Is it something that you'd expected going into it, or were you really unsure about how this was going to turn out?
We lost to them in the regular season. We went 5-1. Our only loss was to Apex.
Huh.
But we also picked Chang'e mid, who wouldn't blink, and they blinked into a Bolt, and it was a little bit rough. But this one, I felt like if we just played around our jungle and our mid, I know Pony's really good. He can go crazy sometimes. He can also int. So if we play as a team, I thought we could win.
Well, I guess going back to what you were saying, talking about Pony and just the way you guys drafted, we saw, especially in Game 3 and after, the switch towards that Morrigan and a lot of the team picking stuff around it. We saw the double Thor, we also saw the double Cthulhu. In the last game, it wasn't as much a team centered around the Morrigan as it was just something that Pony liked to play. Is that something you'd had in mind coming into the set, or was that a decision that you made in the moment?
We played a lot of Thoth, and then they started banning it after game 1. And then Scylla didn't work out, and so Pony fell back to his one trick, which is Mori.
Some internal drama surfacing here, I'm guessing. Well, you guys started up 2-0, but as I think all the audience knows, and the reason we're up so late, almost ended up being reversed 3-0, especially getting to that 5th game and the game going that long. What was going through your heads at that time?
I think we should have won it in 3, but we threw in 3rd game. We just picked some troll picks. I just wanted to play Bacchus. Alright, sue me. And then when we lost game 4 off of some, like, it was so winnable. There was just some bad plays. Just like throws here or there. They got that EFG, which was very rough. And then going into game 5, there was a little bit of drama coming off of game 4, which is like a hard loss, you know what I mean? We just had to take a mental reset, kind of be like, this is anyone's game. It's a new one. It's game 5. We have a really good comp. Our comp in game 5, as you can see, is on her. He played 5 games of it. Susano, he cooked on it. And then Nike Mori, like it's just OP comp. They had a Medusa, and we're just like, all right, we just gotta play smart, and we win.
Well, there you go. Hey, you locked in that game 5 and ended up taking it. It took a while, but you got there in the end. And I guess one final note, just seeing how you personally are feeling going into the set. I know that you had some focus, I believe, on the Odin throughout that. Was that kind of a known pick that people knew you liked to play, or is it just something that was strong at the time?
I have been spamming a lot of Odin. I just think he's a good pick right now. I think everyone plays it. If you play solo, you play Odin, you play Cthulhu. That's pretty much it. You play. This guy played Odin and Wukong, and that's it. And it is what it is, man. Some people need crutch picks, some people don't. I'll lock in a Nike. I'll do 46k in game 5. I'll do what I gotta do to set up the team. Did you see that last fight? Bro, that was crazy, bro. Bro, tell me who else is doing that. I'll just say it. I'll say it. I'm him.
Well, surely to see you come back for future divisions. We'll see what division you end up going into, what kind of team you're thinking of. I'm not going to question you on whether you're sticking with the same people or moving on. That's stuff that'll happen behind the scenes.
I'm dropping all these frauds. I'm out of here.
Oh, no.
I'm taking my talents to China.
He's going international.
Yeah.
Nice, nice.
This is actually a team of friends. I like these guys.
Oh.
I'm happy we won it with them.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of like, should we stay together or not? We'll see.
Yeah.
It's
we'll
all
see.
at the end of the day for fun.
Of course, and hope you guys had fun. And it is fun to win, but still being able to at least enjoy the time you're spending together is, of course, the most important. Anything else here, Mortal, before we cloak out for the night?
These guys tried to get us disqualified after game 2. Alright, these guys were coping mad hard. It is what it is. We ended up winning, as we should. Free Palestine, and have a good night.
Alright, have a good night. Good night to all of you out there. No, it was a long one. Thank you for sticking with us, and we should see you tomorrow with some more action from Muspelheim Division Finals. See you there.